Heiko, distinguished Mr. President, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for your statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Ms. Timo Soini, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland. Timo, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Heiko, I wish to express my appreciation to Mrs. Nadia Murad, Dr. Denis Mukwege, and Mrs. Ines Milord for their statements today. I also want to thank the Secretary General and the Minister Maas for organizing this important debate. Mr. President, violence against innocent people is used as a weapon of war to cause fear and shame. Ending the abuse of civilians in conflicts is possible. This is a question of our resolve. The international norms exist, we just need to make sure that they are respected. This very chamber is the place where the change can and must start. The members of the Security Council bear an enormous responsibility. There can be no excuses. Every act against civilians must be condemned in every conflict by all actors. Sexual violence in conflicts affects not only those directly targeted, but also their families, communities, and entire societies. Actors such as Mrs. Murad and Dr. Mukwege have helped to bring the consequences of these dreadful crimes to full daylight. They deserve our respect, but even more, they deserve action. Preventing conflict-related sexual violence starts during the times of peace. Respect for human rights of women and men and the rule of law are the utmost importance. Enhancing women's full and effective participation in society is a foundation preventing also sexual violence. Most victims are women and girls, but we should not forget that men and boys are targeted as well. All survivors have their own experiences of conflict and their own specific needs. That is why we need survivor-centered responses, as has been pointed out today. Mr. President, efforts to fight impunity for the most serious international crimes must be strengthened. This requires capacity building of national authorities in order to bring perpetrators to justice. The UN team of experts of the rule of law and sexual violence in conflicts is doing valuable work in this regard. Finland, on her part, has supported the work of Justice Rapid Response and the UN Women to train experts in investigating these crimes. Measures to combat and prevent sexual violence should be part of all international crisis management operations and humanitarian aid. For example, Finland, together with Norway, has deployed a specialized police team to the UNMISS operation in South Sudan. What we want them to do is to strengthen the capacity of the local police in prevention and prosecution. Mr. President, amnesty for these crimes in ceasefire or peace agreements must be ruled out. Perpetrators need to be held accountable, otherwise peace can be interpreted as condoning crime. We need to improve assistance to victims and access to healthcare and services. I would like to commend the important work of International Criminal Court and its Trustful Fund for Victims. Finland will continue to support its work. Our latest contribution was earmarked for the victims of sexual violence. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting innocent civilians is our first priority. Other considerations must come only afterwards. This is possible, but the changes in our attitude is needed, and it is needed now. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lee Tae-ho, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to extend my deepest condolences on behalf of the government of the Republic of Korea to the victims of the recent terrorist attacks in Sri Lanka, which Korea condemns in the strongest terms. At the same time, my government would like to express a sense of solidarity to the families of the victims and the Sri Lankan people at this difficult time. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to you, Mr. President, for the initiative you have taken to convene today's open debate. I extend my appreciation to the distinguished briefers for their presentation and testimonies, which have brought all of us home to a harsh reality out there. Marking this year the 10th anniversary of the establishment of mandate of the Special Representative, and with the 20th anniversary of Resolution 1325 fast approaching next year, today's meeting cannot be more relevant. Mr. President, one of the foremost achievements we have made over the years is, in my view, that we increasingly recognize that sustaining peace is inextricably linked with gender equality and women's leadership. And more importantly, this recognition is steadily transforming into global norms and being mainstreamed in our societies. However, much still needs to be done. In this regard, I would like to highlight some points on this important topic. First, we must renew our commitments on the importance of the prevention of conflicts. Responding to conflict-related sexual violence is important, but more important is to make efforts to stop it from happening in the first place. Enhancing women's roles and leadership across the entire continuum of conflict should be one of the most effective ways to prevent sexual violence. Obviously, it is through women's participation and empowerment that this could be achieved. In recognition of this, my government places great emphasis on increasing women's participation in peacekeeping operations. As of 2019, we filled approximately 17% of our peacekeeping staff officers and observer positions with women, exceeding the previous UN target of 15%. We are seeking to do more, aiming to reach the new target of 25% over the next 10 years by 2028. Second, we should not forget that Resolution 1325 is fundamentally a human rights mandate. Sexual violence should never be a tactic of war and should be seen through the lens of a survivor-centered approach. Focusing on survivors' needs and demands is indeed a prerequisite for a more holistic approach to protecting individuals from sexual violence in conflict and preventing the survivors of sexual violence from being further victimized and stigmatized. As a key pillar of Korea's new initiative, Action with Women and Peace, launched last year, Korea is supporting projects that address the needs of women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations in a few countries in Asia and Africa through UNFPA and UNICEF. Korea will contribute further $8 million by 2020 to support these projects. A survivor-centered approach will be at the center of all these activities. Third, we should engage all key actors and stakeholders, including civil society. Every actor has a vital role to play in implementing the WPS agenda. As such, they need to shoulder and fulfill their respective commitments so that their engagement will eventually contribute to ending impunity of conflict-related sexual violence. My government is working closely with experts and civil society both at home and on the ground in the target countries in the implementation of its Action with Women and Peace initiative. And as part of this initiative, we plan to convene the first annual international conference on Action with Women and Peace this coming July in Seoul. I look forward to it proving to be a useful platform for various actors to discuss issues of critical importance on the WPS agenda. Mr. President, combating conflict-related sexual violence and addressing the WPS agenda is very close to the hearts of Koreans. The Republic of Korea is still engaging in efforts to support and help recover the honor and dignity of comfort women victims during World War II. Many of them are passing away without having their lifelong agony fully addressed. We believe it is crucial to ensure that lessons are learned from their painful experiences. The instruments, strategies, and political commitments are in place. Now it's time to translate them into action. On this meaningful occasion, I would like to reaffirm the Republic of Korea's full commitment to engage in the international efforts to advance the women, peace, and security agenda. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Teo for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Jovanka Atanakovic, Assistant Minister for Construction, Transport and Infrastructure of Serbia and representative of the Coordination Body for Gender Equality.
Thank you. Mr. President, esteemed Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm addressing to you in the name of Vice President of the Government of Republic of Serbia, Mrs. Zorana Mihajlović, who is also Minister of Construction. Before I proceed to make my statement, I would like to express my profound condolences to the people of government of the Democratic Social Republic of Sri Lanka for the tragedy caused by the terror attacks of Easter Sunday. We condemn these despicable acts in the strongest terms. Mr. President, Serbia strongly supports activities aimed at preventing all forms of violence, including sexual violence in armed conflicts. Considering these issues within the United Nations, with full cooperation by all relevant actors, states, international organizations, and civil society, it is prerequisite for a wider, more efficient, and effective engagement. The first steps in this direction were made by adoption of UN Resolution 1325. Serbia supports the efforts of the UN Security Council, the UN Secretary General, and other UN mechanisms made to further these goals. We welcome the adoption of today's resolution of the Security Council. Recognizing the importance of the global efforts to combat sexual violence in conflict, Serbia endorsed the Declaration of Commitment to End Sexual Violence in Conflict proposed by Great Britain in a meeting held on the sidelines of the 68th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2013. Proceeding from UN Resolution 1325, Serbia adopted the National Action Plan in its implementation for the period 2017-2020. After all, our common goal at the global level cannot be achieved without adequate measures of the national level. The national measures are aimed, among others, at establishing an effective prevention system and at punishing perpetrators. Serbia is a state party of the Rome Statute and supports the efforts of the International Criminal Court to prosecute crimes of sexual violence in conflicts. Also, Serbia fully cooperates with the Hague Tribunal in the prosecution of crimes of sexual violence in conflicts in the territory of the former Yugoslavia, while the Office of the War Crimes Prosecutor of the Republic of Serbia is charged with the prosecution of the crimes at the national level. There is no doubt that each and every crime deserved punishment. This is true of the crimes committed during armed conflicts as well as the crimes committed in the aftermath of the conflict, when the vulnerability of certain categories of persons such as women, children, and the elderly is patiently evident. The stigma, as well as the profound psychological consequences, are felt long after, and the victims avoid to speak of their suffering for many years. Serbia supports the victim-centered approach aimed to providing comprehensive medical, psychological, legal, and socio-economic assistance. The encouragement of victims of sexual violence to report the crimes is the first step towards the investigation and punishment of perpetrators and the efforts to prevent the crime. It is therefore important to ensure that victims have an opportunity to report cases of sexual violence during and after the conflict. Serbia is committed to establishing a system of prevention through the inclusion of gender dimension in national security forces as well as international peacekeeping missions. One victim of the violence is one too many, and each victim is entitled to access the justice. At the same time, speculating with the numbers of victims and the existence of hierarchy of victims by ethnic, religious, and other affiliation or by the gender of the victim often leads to politicization and does not contribute to the achievement of reconciliation in post-conflict societies. Witness protection is of particular importance for determining accountability and for punishing perpetrators. In the absence of writing documents, the most important sources of evidence are witness testimonies. Governments, therefore, as well as other international institutions involved in the prosecution of these crimes, must provide adequate witness protection, including exclusion of the public from the process and the protection of witness and victim identity. The international community should support the countries through various programs of strengthening the existing institution of the system and help establish new institutions, including the ad hoc courts for the violence of any kind, especially sexual violence, in conflict areas. Other relevant measures include mediation training and conflict negotiation at local and national levels. All parties involved in armed conflicts should provide for the necessary measures. After all, it is never too late to punish perpetrators and achieve justice that victims deserve. Once again, I would like, in the name of Serbia, to thank you all for the continued dedication to this issue.
I thank Her Excellency Mrs. Atanakovic for her statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana.
Mr. President, it is an honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of friends of the African Women Leaders Network to the United Nations, which is co-chaired by Ghana and Germany. At the outset, the group of friends of the African Women Leaders Network wishes to thank the Federal Republic of Germany for convening today's open debate on women, peace, and security agenda with the focus on sexual violence in conflict. I also wish to express the group's appreciation to the Secretary General for his comprehensive report on the subject and to all the briefers for their informative briefing and contributions on the subject. Mr. President, it is a sad fact that throughout history, sexual violence has been used as a weapon of war, often employed as a deliberate strategy by state and non-state actors. It is even more disheartening that in spite of the landmark Security Council resolutions that condemn these horrific crimes and acknowledge the threats they pose to international peace and security, sexual violence continues to be a common feature of armed conflicts around the world. It is significant, therefore, that this debate is taking place in the 10th year of the establishment of the mandate of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence and in the lead up to the 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325. It is an opportune moment to explore the root causes as well as effects of conflict-related sexual violence and how to enhance preventive mechanisms, promote survivor-centered responses, and to ensure justice and accountability. The group of friends of the AWLN wishes to focus this intervention on 5 major areas on this issue. First and foremost, we share the view that structural gender inequality and discrimination are at the heart of conflict-related sexual violence and must be given due primacy in our collective and national preventive efforts. Addressing the imbalances in power relations between men and women and promoting gender equality and women's full inclusion in all aspects of national life cannot be discounted in this effort. We encourage member states to pursue the necessary national policies, legislation, education, and advocacy at all levels of society in this regard. We also call upon the international community to continue providing strong support to member states, particularly in conflict and post-conflict situations, to enable them fulfill their national responsibilities and deliver on their commitments in response to this scourge. Second, the group is of the view that the nexus between sexual violence, human trafficking, terrorism, and violent extremism is critical and must be clearly understood in order to inform strategies in dealing with this scourge and to better address specific vulnerabilities in specific conflict situations. We share the view that victims are not a homogeneous group and that a better appreciation of the scope, patterns, and emerging trends in the use of sexual violence as a tactic of war would enhance our responses and preventive mechanisms. The high-level UN-AU-AWLN joint fact-finding missions to conflict zones in Africa in 2017 and 2018 provided significant outcomes to better target appropriate responses in those situations. We wish to advocate continuing support for this unique partnership and collaborative effort between the UN, the African Union, and the African Women Leaders Network for African conflict situations. Third, it is critical that the international community supports a survivor-centered and community-led approach in prevention efforts and responses to sexual violence in conflict situations. Enhanced support for survivors must include strengthening medical, psychosocial, physiological, and rehabilitation platforms that prioritize the rights and needs of survivors. We must engage religious and traditional leaders within affected communities to mitigate stigma and reintegration of victims and their children in society. Women-led organizations, especially in Africa, have demonstrated a real potential for impacting these interventions. And with predictable funding and capacity building, they can also be mobilized to provide a reliable vehicle to enhance informal community-level protection and response mechanisms. In this regard, the Group of Friends is pleased to report that members of the African Women Leaders Network initiative are being proactive on the ground in this direction by providing health services, psychological support, legal aid, economic opportunity, and other forms of support to victims and survivors of sexual violence in conflict. Fourth, protection, relief, and rehabilitation efforts must be complemented by the urgent creation of an enabling environment for women's participation and leadership in prevention, peace, security, and governance processes. Lastly, the Group of Friends of the AWLN wishes to stress the need for zero tolerance in dealing with incidents of sexual violence in conflict, as they constitute a violation of human rights and a crime under international humanitarian and human rights law. While it is widely acknowledged that perpetrators must be held accountable, criminal accountability in the face of these violations remain elusive, with little chance for survivors to see offenders face justice. Victims' fear of reprisals, rejection, lack of access to justice systems, as well as other structural barriers to reporting should not be underestimated and must be addressed. The Group of Friends urges governments to reinforce the capacity of their justice and security sectors to deal effectively with these challenges, working in close partnership with community and faith-based organizations. We advocate sensitization of national security agencies and an increase in the representation of women. Additionally, gender-sensitive transitional justice should be an integral part of peace building and post-conflict reconstruction processes. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ghana, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. España hace suya la intervención de la Unión Europea y la del Grupo de Amigos de la Agenda Mujer, Paz y Seguridad que se acaba de realizar. En el debate abierto del día 11 señalamos que la Agenda Mujer, Paz y Seguridad es para España uno de los ejes principales del trabajo de este Consejo. Hoy queremos reiterar con fuerza ese mensaje. España es pionera en la aplicación de la Agenda Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad en sus pilares fundamentales de participación, prevención y protección. La participación reafirma el principio de que la solución duradera a un conflicto solo es posible con la participación efectiva y plena de las mujeres. Con la prevención y la protección buscamos evitar la violencia sexual y la explotación de mujeres, así como garantizar la reparación a las supervivientes y avanzar en la lucha contra la impunidad. Además, la violencia afecta al acceso de las mujeres a servicios sociales básicos, así como al ejercicio de sus derechos, muy especialmente sus derechos sexuales y reproductivos. Todos juntos debemos seguir avanzando en el seguimiento y rendición de cuentas de los casos de violencia sexual en conflicto, para lograr una efectiva prevención y una contundente respuesta, centrada en los derechos de las supervivientes. A este respecto, España apoya firmemente el trabajo desarrollado por la presidencia alemana en este asunto para lograr una buena resolución que incluye elementos de gran importancia como la rendición de cuentas o la atención a los casos de violencia sexual contra hombres y niños. Sin embargo, España lamenta que la resolución no recoja la necesidad de prestar asistencia a las supervivientes a través de servicios no discriminatorios y completos de salud, incluida la salud sexual y reproductiva, como dice la resolución 2106 de 2013 de este mismo Consejo de Seguridad, cuyo texto consideramos plenamente vigente y de referencia en esta agenda. España continuará apoyando financieramente las iniciativas de lucha contra la violencia sexual en conflicto y tendrá en cuenta los indicadores de género en el proceso de asignación de fondos. España apoya el programa especial contra la violencia sexual del Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja, como se refleja en la Estrategia de Acción Humanitaria de la Cooperación Española para el periodo 2019-2026. Pedimos a este Consejo de Seguridad la inclusión de la violencia sexual en los regímenes de sanciones, para lo que nos parece crucial la interacción entre los comités de sanciones y la representante especial para la violencia sexual en conflicto. Señor presidente, en un mes España organiza la tercera conferencia de escuelas seguras en Palma de Mallorca, en la que se tratará del impacto de género de los ataques al acceso a la educación, ya que las niñas y las mujeres son especialmente vulnerables a estos ataques. Creemos que mujer, paz y seguridad y escuelas seguras están íntimamente vinculadas entre sí. España apoya firmemente la Declaración de Escuelas Seguras, que es un instrumento útil para facilitar un acceso seguro a la educación, como elemento fundamental para la participación efectiva de las mujeres en la vida pública y la erradicación de la violencia de género. En consecuencia, instamos a toda la comunidad internacional a endosar la Declaración de Escuelas Seguras. Del mismo modo, reitero la invitación cursada por mi Gobierno a todos los Estados miembros para su participación en la tercera conferencia de escuelas seguras. Nuestro objetivo es que esta conferencia sirva de impulso para nuevos avances. En este contexto, exigimos a las partes en conflicto el fin de los ataques contra las escuelas, universidades, estudiantes y profesores, ya que tienen como consecuencia un aumento del riesgo de la violencia sexual. Queremos la adopción de medidas nacionales concretas de disuasión contra el uso de las escuelas por parte de las Fuerzas Armadas y los grupos armados, ya que aumenta el riesgo de violencia sexual contra estudiantes y profesores. Queremos un seguimiento y contabilización desagregados de los casos de violencia sexual contra el acceso a la educación como forma de prevención, mitigación y exigencia de responsabilidad. Concluyo, señor presidente. España seguirá luchando contra la violencia sexual en conflicto como elemento de nuestra lucha para la erradicación de la violencia de género en todas partes. La prevención, señor presidente, comienza en tiempos de paz, con una legislación nacional robusta que tenga un claro efecto disuasorio. Esos mismos instrumentos jurídicos deben permitir la reparación efectiva a las supervivientes, así como enjuiciar y condenar con todas las garantías a sus responsables. Nuestro objetivo último es erradicar la violencia de género. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Albania aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, and I wish to add the following remarks in my national capacity. I'd like to thank Germany for their leadership on the Women, Peace and Security agenda and for convening this important debate. I'd also like to thank the briefers from the civil society who bring the reality on the ground perspectives in this chamber. Conflict-related sexual violence is a grave human rights violation and a security challenge. It certainly is as destructive as any weapon. It inflicts unimaginable suffering, it endangers families and communities, and it erodes social and political stability. In the pervasive way in which it impedes reconciliation and undermines the prospect of peace and reconstruction, sexual abuse is among the worst of crimes. The landmark adoption of Resolution 1325 has created a strong global normative framework and has triggered an important paradigm shift. Sexual violence in armed conflict is now clearly considered as a threat to international peace and security. Yet, despite greater political will and efforts, progress is slow and conflict-related sexual violence has not diminished. Putting an end to impunity, which continues to be the norm, is a priority. The message we send today should be clear: zero tolerance for rape and other forms of sexual violence in conflict. In addition, member states should also implement policies that redirect the stigma from victims to perpetrators. We also recognize the important role that civil society and women organizations play in documenting the abuses and in providing survivor-centered responses. A good example is the partnership of Justice Rapid Response with UN Women to ensure criminal justice and accountability for sexual violence. Mr. President, in September 2018, the Albanian government approved its first national action plan for Resolution 1325. The NAP aims to integrate the gender perspective into our national foreign and security policy, providing a comprehensive legal framework to promote and increase women's participation in political and public life, as well as in the security sector. Particular attention has been paid to mainstream a gender-sensitive approach in the training of civil, police, and military personnel, with a special focus on prevention and response to sexual violence. Mr. President, I come from a region that, in the recent past, has witnessed firsthand the devastating legacy of sexual violence being used as a tactic of war. Here, I would like to mention the case of Kosovo, where rape targeting civilians has been deliberately and repeatedly used as a weapon during the war in the late 90s. More than 20,000 survivors still suffer in silence the consequences, isolated by stigma, discrimination, and fear. They have to struggle with social ostracism, physical and psychological damage, and emotional torment. Despite substantial evidence, not a single case of war-related sexual violence has been prosecuted. We regret that the current report of the Secretary General continues to not mention Kosovo among the post-conflict countries that suffer the consequences of sexual crimes, and we call upon Secretary General to include Kosovo in his future report. This would help acknowledging the survivors and combating the prejudice and shame they face. It would also highlight Kosovo's valuable experience in supporting them as a good example for the region and beyond. Mr. President, it is our collective responsibility to closely cooperate and take concrete actions in order to prevent sexual violence, protect survivors, and bring perpetrators to justice. Albania fully supports Secretary General's recommendations in his report, as well as the resolution presented by Germany, which was just adopted, and remains committed to play its part in implementing it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Albania for her statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Romania.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to present our heartfelt condolences to the people of Sri Lanka following the attack on Sunday, which Romania strongly condemns. Our thoughts and prayer go to the family of the victims. Mr. President, Romania aligns itself with the statement that will be delivered by the European Union. We would now like to add a few remarks in our national capacity. At the outset, allow us to commend the Presidency of the Security Council for the initiative to host this open debate on women, peace and security, conflict-related sexual violence. We salute the presence of two Nobel Prize awardees, Nadia Murad and Dr. Denise Mukwege, and of distinguished human rights lawyer and activist committed to putting an end to sexual violence and related crime as weapon of war. Their tireless effort to speak and act against abominable practices targeting women and girls affected by conflict should be an inspiration for our collective strive to achieve international peace and security. The scourge of sexual and gender-based violence in conflict must be brought to an end. This terrible tactics of war takes a toll not only on women and girls, but on all communities alike, leaving both visible and invisible permanent scars for many generations onwards. Enslavement and trafficking of victims provide a source of financing to terrorist cells and other culprits, enabling the continuation of abomination, while the stigmatized and marginalized children born out of war rape are particularly vulnerable to being recruited from a very young age by armed groups, looking thus the circle of perpetual violence and insecurity. As the report of the Secretary General shows, facts such as underreporting and the prevalence of non-state actors as principal perpetrators are considerably impacting on the success of effort to fight against these crimes, weakening altogether the confidence of victims in ever receiving the appropriate reparations. The UN community and all member states ought to direct their attention to identifying and holding offenders accountable, seeking justice, compensation and psychosocial support for victims, and, certainly not last, by enabling survivors to testify against such terrible gender-based violence and harmful practices. We particularly commend the key role played by the International Criminal Court in this regard. As a court of last resort, whose jurisdiction is complementary to that of states, the ICC plays a determinant part in fighting against impunity for the most serious crime of international concern, including in cases of conflict-related sexual violence. Mr. President, we are deeply concerned about the shrinking space of civil society and its negative impact on the capacity to prevent and resolve conflicts, as well as to build and maintain peace and security. Intimidation and reprisal against women peace activists, humanitarian and relief workers, and against women human rights defenders are truly worrisome. Their work and support for victims of conflict-related sexual violence offer the only type of assistance the afflicted person gets, and we should contribute to enabling them to continue providing their essential services, including by giving them greater visibility in the public space, long overdue for these women. As a candidate country for a non-permanent member seat in the Security Council for the term 2020-2021, Romania pledges to focus on providing support to the most vulnerable groups afflicted by conflict, by violence and hostility, including the victim of conflict-related sexual violence, and to work together with all relevant governmental, humanitarian, and civil society partners toward their destigmatization, re-inclusion, and full participation in peace-building effort. Mr. President, women's peace in peacekeeping operations proved to be often key to building trust, developing positive relationships, and a solid cooperation with the afflicted local communities, especially in the rank of the most vulnerable groups, including those likely to be subjected to sexual violence. Women protector image is often associated with reassurance and empathy, and their ability to fill this gap in the need of the community they serve as a major asset. Romania is proudly participating with 7 female officers in peace operations at present time. As we are working toward the adoption of a national action plan on women, peace and security, we devote a special attention to creating awareness
and equipping all military personnel to be deployed in peace operations with knowledge and relevant skills on gender-related issues, as well as to ensure compliance with the Kigali principles and those enshrined in the UN Voluntary Compact on Elimination of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse. We are honored to be presented today at the special high-level event organized in the margin of this meeting, a series of commitments Romania has decided to assume in the perspective of the 20th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 next year. As always, we are ready to do our best and to deliver our most in order to advance the women, peace and security cause. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Romania and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay.
Gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, deseo agradecer a Alemania por organizar este debate abierto. Uruguay adhiere a las declaraciones que realizarán Canadá en nombre del Grupo de Amigos sobre Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad y el Estado de Qatar en nombre del Grupo de Amigos sobre la responsabilidad de proteger. Señor presidente, los expositores nos han mostrado el día de hoy un panorama trágico y devastador. La violencia sexual sigue imperando en los contextos de conflicto, perpetrada por grupos armados no estatales y por fuerzas de gobierno, siendo en muchas ocasiones utilizada de modo sistemático como táctica de guerra y terrorismo. Tristemente, a pesar de los esfuerzos, no ha sido posible erradicar este crimen que vulnera los principios más elementales de la dignidad humana. Es por ello que debemos encarar acciones efectivas para combatirlos. La resolución presentada por Alemania abarca un amplio abanico de disposiciones que permitirán avanzar en contra de la violencia sexual y dar un nuevo impulso a la agenda de mujeres, paz y seguridad, lo que motivó a Uruguay a brindar su copatrocinio. Señor presidente, en primer lugar, la manera más efectiva de combatir la violencia sexual en los conflictos es la prevención. El denominador común de la violencia sexual es que ésta encuentra un terreno fértil donde existen patrones preexistentes de desigualdad y discriminación. Por ello, los Estados deben tomar medidas que promuevan el respeto de sus derechos, que fomenten el acceso a la educación, al trabajo y a los procesos de toma de decisión por parte de las mujeres. Uruguay considera que esta es una labor permanente de fortalecimiento, también para los países que viven en paz. Es así que se aprobó recientemente en Uruguay, se aprobaron leyes relativas al tráfico de personas, a la violencia sexual y a otras violaciones de los derechos humanos, así como sobre el cuidado y la reparación a las víctimas. Todos estos temas serán incluidos en el próximo Plan de Acción Nacional sobre Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad, que establecerá además nuevos objetivos a futuro. Asimismo, durante el año 2020, Uruguay presentará el 10º informe periódico al Comité sobre la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer. Señor presidente, cuando la prevención falla, es esencial que los Estados se doten de mecanismos efectivos que permitan atender la recuperación de las víctimas. En particular, debe procurarse asistencia médica que incluya servicios integrales de salud sexual y reproductiva, como el acceso a la anticoncepción de emergencia, la interrupción segura del embarazo y la prevención y el tratamiento del VIH, como también la atención psicológica que permita a las víctimas superar el trauma. Se debe disponer además de programas para su efectiva reintegración en la sociedad. Todas estas medidas deben tener un enfoque centrado en el sobreviviente. Es necesario atender las necesidades específicas de los distintos grupos, tales como las mujeres y las niñas, los hombres y niños que han sido víctimas de violencia sexual, los niños nacidos de la guerra, los refugiados y las comunidades estigmatizadas y marginadas, como las personas LGBTI, que conforman un grupo especialmente vulnerable a este tipo de violencia. La rendición de cuentas es otra prioridad. Los gobiernos deben extremar esfuerzos para fortalecer sus sistemas de justicia y asegurar el enjuiciamiento a los culpables, tanto en el ámbito nacional como en el internacional, y promover la denuncia de estos crímenes. Señor presidente, existen muy pocas armas con la capacidad destructiva y con efectos tan devastadores en el entramado social como la violencia sexual. Por tanto, combatirla debe ser una tarea mancomunada. Los Estados son los responsables primarios de evitarla, pero la gravedad de estos crímenes, sus causas complejas y sus serias y persistentes consecuencias hacen necesario el apoyo de la comunidad internacional. Uruguay valora el rol fundamental de las organizaciones de la sociedad civil que ayudan a las víctimas y condena enfáticamente las amenazas y los ataques perpetrados en su contra. Mi país desea expresar también su apoyo a la labor de la representante especial sobre la violencia sexual en los conflictos y de su dedicado equipo de trabajo. El Consejo de Seguridad, por su parte, tiene un rol fundamental que cumplir. Debe hacer uso de todas las herramientas a su alcance para erradicar la violencia sexual en los conflictos. Debe garantizar que el tema se examine en los comités de sanciones y que estos incluyan en sus listas de modo sistemático los nombres de los perpetradores. Debe derivar estos casos a la Corte Penal Internacional. Debe incluir la prevención de estos crímenes en los mandatos de las misiones de paz. Uruguay se ha trazado como imperativo colaborar al máximo para un buen funcionamiento de las operaciones de paz a través del entrenamiento de sus tropas antes del despliegue en materia de derechos humanos y de derecho internacional humanitario, con énfasis en la protección de niños y en la violencia sexual y de género. En Naciones Unidas, Uruguay entiende que resultará beneficiosa una acción más concertada entre sus diversos órganos, agencias y mecanismos en el marco de sus respectivas competencias para fortalecer las acciones de investigación y hacer viable la rendición de cuentas. Para concluir, señor presidente, los conmovedores relatos de la señora Nadia Murad y del doctor Denis Mukwege son un recordatorio vivo y con voz propia de la razón por la cual todos debemos cumplir con la responsabilidad de combatir la violencia sexual en todas sus formas. Por cada relato estremecedor de un sobreviviente, hay muchas historias silenciosas de víctimas anónimas esperando que pongamos fin a estos crímenes. Ha llegado la hora de demostrarles que esa espera no es inútil. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just point out that I have two statements to deliver today, first on a group of countries and then in my national capacity. I am pleased to speak on behalf of 55 member states representing all 5 regional groups of the United Nations. On this 10th anniversary of the mandate of the SRSG on sexual violence in conflict, we applaud the critical work carried out by Ms. Patton and pledge our full support to her office. We remain outraged by the persistent and widespread occurrence of sexual violence in armed conflict committed by state and non-state actors. Sexual violence in conflict is not inevitable, and it is never acceptable. We underline that a climate of impunity discourages reporting, undermines assistance, and abets further violations. Therefore, we are gravely concerned that despite the systematic use of sexual violence by groups such as Daesh and Boko Haram, no individuals from such groups have been convicted for sexual violence crimes. Responsibility for the fight against impunity lies with us, the UN member states. Addressing and preventing sexual violence is a core commitment of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We must ensure that robust legal and institutional arrangements are in place to address sexual violence in armed conflict and that steps are taken to investigate and prosecute perpetrators. As information is an essential prerequisite for accountability, we support survivor-centered efforts to more systematically document and report sexual violence in armed conflict and post-conflict situations. In this regard, we urge the Secretary General to ensure gender and sexual violence expertise is included in international procedures, such as investigative mechanisms, commissions of inquiry, UN fact-finding missions, and Security Council sanctions committees. We repeat our call on the Security Council to systematically and explicitly incorporate and apply sexual violence as a designation criterion in UN sanctions regimes, where such crimes are persistently perpetrated. We affirm that amnesties should not be granted to perpetrators of sexual violence, and sexual violence should be explicitly prohibited by the terms of ceasefires and peace agreements. In all our efforts to ensure accountability, we must not lose sight of the needs and rights of survivors of sexual violence and conflict. As a starting point, the UN and its member states should place a greater emphasis on listening to the diverse voices of survivors, as well as collaborating with the civil society organizations working to address sexual violence in armed conflict. This approach helps empower survivors, identify barriers to assistance and justice, avoid further harm, and improve our collective response and accountability.
Sexual violence against men and boys is also an expression of unequal gender norms. Responses must take into account the diverse and intersecting experience, identities, and needs of all victims and survivors. Greater efforts are also needed at all levels to ensure that survivors of sexual violence and children born of rape have access to non-discriminatory and comprehensive health services, including sexual and reproductive health, psychosocial, legal, and livelihood support, and other multi-sectoral services, taking into account the specific needs of persons with disabilities and in line with Security Council Resolution 2106. As part of our efforts to secure both accountability and victim support, we recall the importance of providing reparations to survivors of sexual violence in armed conflict. Finally, sexual violence in conflict is part of a continuum of violence, including in peacetime, which is fueled by gender inequality. We are of the view that systemic gender-based discrimination, such as the exclusion of women from political life, economic marginalization, and discriminatory legal systems and customs, is conducive to sexual violence in conflict. Any serious effort to prevent and address sexual violence in conflict must move beyond the immediate symptoms and confront structural inequality itself. Such an approach should include the protection of women human rights defenders, themselves the target of attack. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de faire quelques remarques supplémentaires en tant que représentant du Canada. Le débat aujourd'hui est d'une importance capitale pour mon pays. La politique étrangère féministe du Canada place les questions du genre au cœur de notre engagement mondial. La raison en est simple car les preuves sont irréfutables. Soutenir l'égalité des genres est le meilleur moyen de construire un monde plus pacifique, plus inclusif et plus prospère. Hélas, les intervenants au Conseil aujourd'hui ont confirmé ce que nous savions déjà. La violence sexuelle est fondée sur le genre et répandue. Les femmes, filles, personnes LGBTI et autres personnes appartenant à des groupes marginalisés sont des cibles. Cela ne changerait pas sans un effort concerté. Mon pays n'est pas à l'abri de ce fléau. Au Canada, la double discrimination que les femmes et les filles autochtones subissent entraîne des niveaux élevés de violence sexuelle et fondée sur le sexe à leur endroit. Dans le cadre de l'instance permanente des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones qui prend place cette semaine, je tiens à réaffirmer l'engagement ferme de mon gouvernement à s'attaquer à ce problème. Et comme nous cherchons à prévenir la violence sexuelle et fondée sur le genre chez nous, nous soutenons les efforts déployés dans le monde entier. Au Myanmar, nous collaborons avec l'UNICEF et le FNUAP pour lever les obstacles systémiques à la santé et aux droits sexuels et reproductifs. En République démocratique du Congo, nous soutenons le travail du PNUD qui fournit un soutien juridique, médical et psychosocial aux survivants de la violence. Au cours des 2 prochaines années, le Canada dirigera l'appel à l'action pour la protection contre la violence fondée sur le genre dans les situations d'urgence. Nous cherchons également à renforcer la responsabilisation à l'échelle mondiale. En fait, les lois sont en train de changer, même si trop lentement. Dans l'intervalle, l'incapacité des cadres juridiques nationaux existants à traiter ces crimes ne diminue en rien leur gravité. Dans de tels cas, le Canada est fermement convaincu que nous avons une responsabilité juridique et morale collective d'agir. Mr. President, a lack of political will, including in this Council, should similarly not enable impunity. The shortcomings of the systems already in place should be recognized and addressed. Alternative approaches should be pursued. Canada is, for example, supporting the deployment of experts through UN Women to secure accountability for sexual and gender-based crimes in Myanmar, Syria, DRC, South Sudan, Burundi, Yemen, and Mali. Such deployments make a difference. The SGBV experts deployed with Canadian support to the independent international fact-finding mission on Myanmar directly contributed to a finding that sexual and gender-based violence in Myanmar's Kachin, Shan, and Rakhine states amounted to war crimes and crimes against humanity. While critical, we know this work is not easy. Canada's support for the collection of evidence of Daesh crimes in Iraq and Syria has encountered a number of challenges. Survivors and witnesses legitimately express a growing frustration about the delays in obtaining justice, as well as a sense of psychological fatigue from repeatedly sharing their experiences with numerous media and NGOs. International support to investigatory bodies to document sexual violence is key, but we need to own up to our own responsibilities to prevent the re-victimization of survivors. We must all continue to ensure that the voices of victims and their families are fully reflected in our efforts. All victims of sexual and gender-based violence expect action. They expect justice and accountability, and they expect better efforts towards prevention. And they're right. I would, and I suspect you would too. Today's resolution includes many important elements. We commend Germany for its tireless efforts, but we are disappointed that it is silent on at least 2 counts. We urge the Council to explicitly recognize that LGBTI individuals are targets of sexual violence in conflict, specifically because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This persecution is nothing new. Homosexuals, branded with pink triangles by the Nazis and pushed off of buildings by Daesh, have always been targeted. Situations of armed conflict magnify underlying discrimination against LGBTI individuals, which can be manifest through sexual violence. While such persecution is unfortunately long-standing, what is new now is the growing expectation for concrete action. As my colleague from Uruguay just pointed out, greater efforts are needed to monitor and report on such violence and to ensure that member states strengthen national legislation to protect LGBTI victims. Moreover, Canada very much regrets that consensus could not be reached on a reference in the resolution to SRHR. The Security Council shouldn't be backtracking on the conclusions it itself reached in recent years. One step forward cannot involve 2 steps back. To be clear, SRHR is essential to women's autonomy and human rights. This was as true when the Council considered this issue previously as it is now. You cannot promote gender equality, address sexual violence and conflicts, or implement a survivor-centered approach without ensuring SRHR. Should Canada be elected to serve on this Council in 2021-22, we will be highly committed to continuing to advance this agenda. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos muy especialmente a su país por haber convocado este debate. La Argentina se alinea con la intervención pronunciada por la distinguida delegación de Canadá en nombre del Grupo de Amigos de la Mujer, la Paz y la Seguridad. Permítanme hacer algunas declaraciones ahora a título nacional. En primer lugar, expresamos nuestro beneplácito por los esfuerzos positivos de los últimos años realizados tanto por los Estados como por las Naciones Unidas, las organizaciones intergubernamentales y la sociedad civil local e internacional para prevenir y responder a la violencia sexual. En este sentido, la República Argentina da la bienvenida a la resolución 2467 que este Consejo ha adoptado hace escasos minutos. Lamentamos, no obstante, la ausencia en el texto de algunos conceptos que eran importantes para nuestro país. La Argentina continúa apoyando firmemente los esfuerzos del Secretario General y de la Oficina de la Representante Especial sobre Violencia Sexual en Conflicto. Agradece la publicación del último informe del Secretario General y comparte plenamente sus recomendaciones, orientadas a exigir que todas las partes estatales y no estatales asuman compromisos específicos para prevenir y combatir la violencia sexual relacionada con los conflictos, como también fortalecer la prevención apoyando los esfuerzos encaminados a garantizar la responsabilidad penal de los perpetradores y el acceso a la justicia para los sobrevivientes. El creciente uso y amenaza de la violencia sexual perpetrados por diversos actores y grupos armados estatales y no estatales contra grupos específicos constituyen crímenes internacionales de la mayor gravedad y deben ser prevenidos y sancionados en el estricto marco de la legalidad, haciendo uso de las herramientas y mecanismos a disposición, incluyendo los regímenes de sanciones de este Consejo, los cuales deberían incluir a la violencia sexual como un criterio específico para la imposición de sanciones y la remisión de los casos a la jurisdicción de la Corte Penal Internacional. Señor presidente, consideramos que una de las acciones clave para prevenir la violencia sexual es abordar los factores de riesgo y las condiciones subyacentes que generan que las mujeres y determinados grupos se encuentren en una situación de mayor vulnerabilidad. De igual importancia son las acciones y los esfuerzos destinados a promover la igualdad de género y el empoderamiento de todas las mujeres y las niñas en toda su diversidad. Respecto al acceso a la justicia y la rendición de cuentas por los crímenes de violencia sexual, es fundamental generar mayor cooperación e intercambio de buenas prácticas en las áreas de investigación y asistencia jurídica. La Argentina es miembro del mecanismo de cooperación internacional denominado Justice Rapid Response, que realiza un importante trabajo en la investigación profesional e imparcial de delitos internacionales. Estimamos de gran valor la alianza de este mecanismo con ONU Mujeres, lo cual garantiza la inclusión de especialistas en cuestiones de género en la investigación de los delitos. Señor Presidente, en el ámbito nacional, en el año 2009 se adoptó la Ley de Protección Integral para prevenir, sancionar y erradicar la violencia contra la mujer. Y en 2016 se lanzó el Plan Nacional para la Prevención, Asistencia y Erradicación de la Violencia contra la Mujer, en la que se refleja la firme voluntad del Poder Ejecutivo de asumir como política de Estado el cumplimiento del derecho de todas las personas a vivir una vida libre de violencia. En el ámbito internacional, reiteramos nuestro compromiso con la política de tolerancia cero de la organización en relación a los casos de explotación y abuso sexual. En este sentido, junto a más de 80 países, se ha unido al Pacto Voluntario para la Prevención y la Lucha contra el Abuso y la Explotación Sexuales. Por último, quisiera subrayar el significativo papel de la Declaración sobre Escuelas Seguras, iniciativa liderada por Noruega y la Argentina, e invitamos a los Estados a endosar este instrumento de naturaleza no vinculante en el que se reconocen los distintos obstáculos que afectan a la educación durante los conflictos armados y se formulan compromisos para mejorar la protección brindada a los estudiantes, el personal y los establecimientos educativos. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Namibia.
Mr. President, I would like to start by thanking you for organizing this open debate on the topic of sexual violence in conflict. I would also like to thank Germany for your strong commitment in support of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. I thank all the briefers for their riveting, detailed and comprehensive briefings. My delegation aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by Her Excellency Fatima Mohammed, the Permanent Observer of the African Union to the United Nations, as well as that of the Deputy Permanent Representative of Canada, speaking on behalf of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. Mr. President, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the mandate of the Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, the Secretary General's most recent report on conflict-related sexual violence reminds us that while there has been a paradigm shift in how this organization and governments address these crimes, there is much work that remains to be done on the ground. Accountability for these crimes must be guaranteed. As the report of the Secretary General notes, and I quote, "Accountability remains elusive," end of quote. The report further notes that across most countries, victims express reluctance to report their experiences owing to stigma, the fear of reprisal, rejection by their families and communities, and their lack of confidence in judicial and non-judicial responses. This must change. Actionable change, first and foremost, must come from member states. International and regional organizations must also play a role. Furthermore, civil society organizations can play a guiding role given their presence on the ground and contact with survivors and perpetrators. A survivor-centered approach must be at the heart of our programs, interventions, and in our investments. As outlined in the Secretary General's report, sexual violence results in multiple consequences for survivors and their families.
They often require immediate life-saving health care. Greater efforts also need to be made to ensure their rehabilitation and reintegration into their communities. Mr. President, the African Union has taken a strong stance on sexual violence in conflict and underscored its full commitment to eradicating sexual and gender-based violence on the African continent. In 2018, the AU and its member states endorsed the policy on prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse for peace support operations. This policy notably aims to strengthen leadership and management engagement, roles and responses to sexual exploitation and abuse. Member states of the AU have also adhered to a number of instruments developed by the body. This includes the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, adopted in 2003, and the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, adopted in 2004. The Women, Gender and Development Directorate and the Office of the AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security led the operationalization of these various instruments. On a larger scale, the AU-UN partnership, especially in the area of women, peace and security, has contributed to strengthening this partnership and the work in this field. Within the SADC region, the people of the DRC continue to be faced with conflict-related sexual violence. The report of the Secretary General clearly outlines the severity and numbers of these crimes. In 2018, the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the DRC documented 1,049 cases of conflict-related sexual violence. There are no doubt many more cases which have gone unreported. The SADC Deployed Force Intervention Brigade under MONUSCO and the government of the DRC are working together to combat and eradicate sexual violence in conflict, notably with the training of commanders and security officers on the prevention of conflict-related sexual violence. In 2008, SADC adopted a protocol on gender and development. The protocol sets out 6 specific targets, notably the need to enact and enforce legislation prohibiting all forms of gender-based violence and the need to ensure that the laws on gender-based violence provide for the comprehensive testing, treatment, and care of survivors of sexual assault. The SADC Gender Protocol Barometer is updated annually by the Southern African Gender Protocol Alliance and measures the success of these 6 commitments at the member state level. In Namibia, laws on gender-based violence have been strengthened over the years, and a new clinical handbook for survivors subjected to intimate partner violence and or sexual violence was recently approved by the Ministry of Health and will be issued for distribution shortly. The publication will be used by medical professionals, social workers, counselors, law enforcement agencies, and others to help and improve services to victims and survivors. Mr. President, next year's 20th anniversary of the adoption of Resolution 1325 should spur us to redouble our efforts to strengthen prevention of and response to conflict-related sexual violence, to promote a survivor-centered concept of justice and accountability, and address the root causes of these violations. Survivors of conflict-related sexual violence are very often young women and men. They represent the future of the DRC, the Central African Republic, Mali, and many other countries. We must ensure and protect their future to enable them to successfully contribute to the rebuilding of their respective countries. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Namibia for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, we align ourselves with the statement to be delivered by the EU, and we also join the statement made earlier by Canada on behalf of a large group of countries. We welcome today's open debate and thank the briefers for their interventions. We are pleased to see the continuous engagement of the Security Council in addressing sexual violence in conflict and the wider WPS agenda, 10 years after the establishment of the mandate of the Special Representative on SVC. We also commend the initiative and efforts by the German presidency, which led today to the approval of a new resolution of the Security Council. It represents indeed a further step in countering the scourge of sexual violence in conflict, although, like other member states, we regret that it was not possible to agree on a more comprehensive and ambitious text. The issue under discussion today represents a top priority for Italy. In 2017, it was at the core of our mandate on the Security Council and of our presidency of the G7, and we are committed to devote our greatest attention to it as we plan further initiatives in view of the 20th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. The picture emerging from the 2019 Secretary General's report is unfortunately still gloomy. Sexual-related crimes continue to be used as part of a global war strategy by state and non-state actors, and states continue to face setbacks when exercising their responsibility to protect their own nationals. Notwithstanding some progress in some countries, much remains to be done in ensuring accountability as well as compliance with Security Council resolutions on a wider scale. In light of this background, Italy is ready to support the horizontal recommendations set forth by the Secretary General. In particular, we support the inclusion of sexual violence as an automatic and independent designation criterion in all relevant sanctions regimes. We also consider that the work of the Security Council should benefit from a more systematic involvement of the International Criminal Court, with the Office of the ICC prosecutor receiving the necessary resources to conduct swift investigations. When national or international courts are unable to act, the Security Council should create international fact-finding mechanisms in order to conduct gender-sensitive investigations and ensure the collection and preservation of evidence. Tackling the root causes of violence is indeed key, as the prevention of systematic sexual violence begins in times of peace, when national laws should be made sufficiently robust to prevent permissive attitudes in wartime. We need a paradigm shift, the dismantlement of those rules, including the patriarchal ones, that are at the base of violence, and the affirmation of a full culture of gender equality, which can ensure complete and effective participation of women and girls in the decision-making process. Our action should be guided by a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach, with the aim to ban any form of gender violence, including harmful practices. Training remains an essential component of our efforts and should encompass a wide range of actors: youth, leaders, military and police units, and civilian personnel. Establishing a stronger women presence in UN missions should also be a priority in order to facilitate the dialogue with local populations and encourage victims to speak out and to enhance the mandate's delivery, particularly with regard to the protection of civilians. At the same time, it is fundamental to assist countries in situations of conflict in reforming their judicial systems and strengthening the rule of law and their accountability mechanisms. Let me recall in this respect that Italy will host in Rome at the end of May the preparatory conference for the review of SDG 16. We also concur on the need to provide appropriate reintegration support for the victims of SEA. Our commitment in this respect is well documented, as Italy is the largest contributor to the UN Trust Fund on Sexual Exploitation and Abuse and supports other initiatives in this sector. Last but not least, the involvement of civil society actors is also key to achieve sustainable results, and we had a clear reflection of this in the interventions of today's briefers. Let me conclude by reaffirming Italy's strong commitment to the WPS agenda, and in this context, to the prevention and tackling of sexual violence in conflicts. We will continue to support the work of the Secretary General and that of his Special Representative in order to pursue better and increasingly tangible results in this field. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Suisse remercie l'Allemagne pour son leadership dans la poursuite et le renforcement de la lutte contre la violence sexuelle dans les conflits, dans le cadre de ce débat public, ainsi que dans le contexte du 20e anniversaire l'année prochaine de la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité. Nous tenons en particulier à exprimer notre reconnaissance envers les intervenants de ce matin pour leurs efforts exceptionnels à cet égard. La Suisse se félicite de l'initiative allemande de présenter une nouvelle résolution sur la violence sexuelle dans les conflits, qui a pour objectif de renforcer les mécanismes de suivi et de responsabilisation, et en définissant une approche centrée sur les survivants. Cependant, la Suisse est préoccupée par l'affaiblissement du langage agréé sur des questions essentielles. La Suisse réaffirme la responsabilité première des États membres de protéger les hommes, les femmes et les enfants contre les actes de violence sexuelle et les viols. Toute intervention doit adresser en priorité les besoins et les droits des survivants, la prévention des violations et des abus et la responsabilisation des auteurs de ces crimes. 3 aspects nous semblent particulièrement importants. Premièrement, la violence sexuelle n'est pas seulement une caractéristique des conflits contemporains, elle en est aussi un signe avant-coureur. Plus le taux de violence sexuelle est élevé dans une société donnée, plus le recours à la violence en cas de conflit est probable. L'inégalité entre les hommes et les femmes et la discrimination fondée sur le sexe sont au cœur de la violence sexuelle. Par conséquent, lutter contre ce fléau nécessite l'intégration et l'autonomisation des femmes, la protection des femmes défenseurs des droits de l'homme, ainsi que la volonté des hommes de créer un climat de confiance et de respect mutuel. Deuxièmement, il est important de reconnaître que si les femmes et les filles sont les principales cibles de la violence sexuelle dans les conflits, les hommes et les garçons sont également victimes de ces terribles actes de violence. Mais le sujet reste tabou. Les cas de violence perpétrés à l'encontre d'hommes et de garçons font rarement l'objet de plaintes parce que ceux qui les ont subis craignent encore davantage d'être stigmatisés et exclus. Un homme ne peut être qu'un héros, jamais une victime. En raison de tels stéréotypes sexistes, il est difficile, voire impossible, de briser le cycle du silence et de la revictimisation. Nous préconisons donc une approche holistique dans la prise en charge des victimes de violences sexuelles, y compris des enfants nés d'un viol. Nous devons veiller à ce que chaque intervention soit axée sur les droits et les besoins de tous les survivants, y compris leurs droits en matière de santé sexuelle et reproductive, et que ceux-ci soient traités avec dignité et respect. Toute intervention doit prévoir des services médicaux et psychosociaux, tout en facilitant et en renforçant la réinsertion des rescapés au sein de leur communauté, et de ces structures sociales. Troisièmement, la Suisse est préoccupée par l'impunité dont jouissent les auteurs de violences sexuelles dans les conflits nationaux et internationaux. Nous appuyons en particulier les efforts déployés par la Cour pénale internationale et son procureur pour que les auteurs de crimes sexuels et liés au genre soient tenus de rendre compte de leurs actes. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me express my appreciation to the German presidency for holding this open debate. I would also like to thank Special Representative Pramila Patten, as well as representatives of civil society for their emotional testimonies. It is worth mentioning that Ukraine aligns itself with the statement to be delivered later by the representative of the European Union. Unfortunately, after almost 20 years since the adoption of Resolution 1325, not all objectives of the Women, Peace and Security agenda have been achieved. The tragic reality of sexual violence against both men and women, girls and boys, continues to constitute a part of the fabric of each and every armed conflict around the globe, no matter whether it is internal or external in nature. Since the establishment of the mandate of the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict 10 years ago, the Security Council has adopted 5 resolutions focused first and foremost on the prevention of conflict-related sexual violence. Nevertheless, the issue continues to plague vulnerable communities and often entire societies exposed to all kinds of violence and abuses in conflicts. It is therefore imperative that the international community and the Security Council in particular continue to look for the most effective ways to enhance implementation of the existing resolutions on the WPS agenda in order to tackle and to prevent the atrocities from being committed, as well as to ensure accountability. The report of the Secretary General before us today clearly indicates that structural gender inequalities and discrimination are at the core of conflict-related sexual violence. In this regard, we proceed from the conviction that the path towards prevention of all forms of violence against women and girls lies through, in the first place, genuine empowerment of women and their greater engagement at all levels of the decision-making processes. Equally important is the task of guaranteeing the victims of sexual violence the right to justice, to life in peace and dignity, free of stigmatization and any forms of discrimination. Impunity for these crimes is a rust on moral image of any society and should be eradicated. Ukraine attaches great importance to equal and full participation of women in all activities in the areas of national security, conflict prevention and resolution, peace building and peacekeeping. Practical steps are being taken to integrate women, peace and security agenda in the ongoing security and defense reform in my country. Active integration of gender equality into the activities of the armed forces of Ukraine within the framework of the National Action Plan for implementation of Resolution 1325 for 2016-2020 fostered changes to the list of military specialties and positions open to women candidates. In 2018, the government of Ukraine updated the National Action Plan and integrated in it some aspects of the strategy for prevention of and response to the conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine. The action plan, inter alia, includes education and training programs for the security sector on prevention, protection, and response aspects, along with psychological assistance and rehabilitation program for survivors of CRSV, and envisages an information campaign on prevention on sexual violence, etc. For the first time, the government action plan for 2018 outlined the priority of introducing gender advisors and gender mainstreaming in higher education institutions in the security and defense sector. The government of Ukraine enhanced the efforts to ensure protection of the women's human rights, women empowerment in all spheres of public life, as well as necessary support and reintegration for women victims who suffered from sexual violence as a result of the Russian aggression. In light of this, I have to once again reiterate our regret on the omission of the reference to the Ukrainian-Russian armed conflict and its victims in the latest UN Secretary General's thematic report. In this regard, we would like to recall our request to initiate a UN special mission to investigate sexual crimes committed in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine in the context of the conflict. In conclusion, Mr. President, I wish to reaffirm Ukraine's commitment to ensure full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, promote women's rights, and protect women from sexual and gender-based violence. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine for his statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm making this statement on behalf of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Sweden, and my own country, Norway. And thanks to Germany for organizing today's open debate on this critical topic. With the adoption of Resolution 2467 today, it is essential to advance the agenda of conflict-related sexual violence, focusing on the survivors. Let us emphasize that survivors of conflict-related sexual violence deserve basic sexual and reproductive health and rights. We regret that sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights, as reaffirmed by the Security Council in several resolutions, most recently in Resolution 1889 and 2106, were not included in the resolution. Nadia Murad and Denis Mukwege, you bring with you the voices of the very people we are here to serve, whose communities the Security Council is to safeguard. As we once again acknowledge that the devastating harm these women and girls, men and boys have been exposed to is a matter of national and international security, you are here to hold us accountable. Girls become mothers and children stateless. Women are raped and their husbands forced to watch. Reproductive organs are mutilated, and shame and stigma paralyze families and villages. These injuries of war call for a comprehensive response. Sexual violence destroys lives, tears apart the social fabric of communities, creates rifts between neighbors, and preys on the differences that enrich our societies. Those who are targeted are often discriminated against due to their religion, ethnic, sexual, political, or other minority status. It is now 10 years since the mandate of the Special Representative for Sexual Violence in Conflict was established. Wallström, Bangura, and Patton have done an excellent job, not least through UN Action and the team of experts. Yet, in many conflicts, abuse is still widespread. We welcome the Secretary General's report indicated possible ways forward. We must monitor and document violations of international law and provide training and funding where needed. We need to strengthen state institutions and build capacity to combat conflict-related sexual violence. Individual states have the primary responsibility to prevent and respond to sexual violence, as well as to investigate and prosecute persons implicated in such crimes. Perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence must be held to account. We call for systematic use of gender expertise in UN operations. We welcome the dedicated specialized teams, the new policy, and the soon-to-be-launched all-of-mission handbook on the prevention of and response to conflict-related sexual violence. We echo the need for resolutions, mandates, and sanctions to address conflict-related sexual violence. Root causes of gender-based violence, such as gender-based power inequalities and gender-based discrimination, must be addressed. Responsive measures, such as providing adequate services to survivors of gender-based violence, are crucial, as are measures to prevent the violence from happening in the first place. We support a call to action to end sexual violence in conflict. We rely on survivors and witnesses, civil society, and human rights defenders as we strive to build a relevant and effective response without causing survivors further pain. Reparation and justice must go hand in hand. A comprehensive approach is a prerequisite to alleviate both the immediate and long-term impact of conflict-related sexual violence. We must strengthen services for survivors of sexual violence, including by ensuring comprehensive sexual and reproductive health rights, such as access to emergency contraception and safe termination of pregnancies. We must fight impunity, remove stigma, alleviate suffering, rectify injustices, and ultimately help people to rebuild their lives and communities to build peace. We emphasize in this context the significant progress made by the International Criminal Court and its trust fund for victims in combating conflict-related sexual violence. The Nordic countries will do our part through our embassies, multilateral efforts, and many partnerships. The Nordic network of women mediators call for more gender transformative peace and reconciliation processes. The Nordic Center for Gender in Military Operation equips peacekeepers. We deploy many women and men who champion this cause. This anniversary year demands action. Norway, together with Somalia, OCHA, UNFPA, ICRC, and other partners, will host a conference in Oslo on 23rd to 24th of May. The objective are to mobilize more political awareness and financial support to address conflict-related sexual violence in humanitarian crisis and to highlight best practices to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence in humanitarian situations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Norway for her statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Fiji.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank the Council for this opportunity to address members of the Security Council. I thank you, Mr. President, during this joint presidency for bringing sexual violence in conflicts for an open discussion. Fiji congratulates the UN Security Council for adopting the resolution earlier against sexual violence. Since 2000, there have been several resolutions on combating sexual violence in conflict. These resolutions highlight that women are subject to the most inhumane, systematic torture, rape, and abuse during conflicts. This often continues well after peace settlements have been secured. Some of these, as told forcefully this morning by the brave Nobel laureate, Ms. Nadia Murad, have occurred within a broader context of genocide as well. Regardless, they are all war crimes. The Secretary General briefed the Security Council that in spite of a more robust normative framework, there has been an onset of an epidemic of targeted sexual violence in conflict. Rape, sexual violence, and slavery has become a systematic weapon of war across so many of the world's conflicts. The perpetrators of these crimes, largely against women, remain largely unpunished. All these victims remind us of how far we need to travel. I draw the Security Council's attention to the special role that peace operations can play in addressing, as the Special Representative said this morning, history's greatest silence, an epidemic of sexual violence as a weapon of war. Special skills and resources are required by peace operations if they are to combat and prevent sexual violence in conflicts. Fiji, as a long-serving member of UN peacekeeping, is upskilling its peacekeeping contingents. We are significantly increasing numbers of women peacekeepers because we know that women peacekeepers bring with them empathy. Women peacekeepers are far better in understanding patterns of sexual violence in conflicts. Women peacekeepers are better at identifying signs of systematic sexual violence early. Women in medical support units help overcome deep barriers that victims of sexual violence face in accessing medical help, trauma counseling, and in seeking other support. Peace operations are an important part of the international response. Fiji is making progress in improving its preparedness for peace operation with the support of Australia and New Zealand and other partners. Our approach is not only about getting more women in peacekeeping and stirring, it is about ensuring that all peacekeepers have the soft skills to recognize signs of sexual violence in conflict early, be able to record evidence, and be able to work across the UN system to support victims. The focus must always be on support for the victims first. Fiji has learned a lot from our experiences across peace operations in Timor-Leste, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Iraq, Lebanon, Darfur in Sudan, South Sudan, and other regions. These experiences have drawn our attention to the pressing need for peacekeepers to prepare far better to respond to conflict-related sexual violence. Mr. President, during conflicts, law and order is the first to suffer. Women thus have little recourse to governance institutions. They suffer violence without being able to access their own national or local institutions. Major conflicts around the world share an important character: the growing brutality of systemic sexual violence. The most recent experience of Yazidi women that Nadia Murad personified is this morning is a testimony to this. The Nobel Prize Committee has, in recognizing the braveness of Ms. Nadia Murad and the determination and perseverance of Dr. Denis Mukwege, helped to draw international attention to this growing tragedy. The UN Security Council needs to do its part. The UN system as a whole needs to play its part. It's been more than 10 years ago that the Council adopted Resolution 1820, recognizing that sexual violence as a weapon and tactic of war. Rape and other forms of sexual violence can constitute a war crime, a crime against humanity. As the Secretary General informed this House this morning, in spite of a strong normative framework, the facts on the ground have not changed much. Nadia Murad and Dr. Denis Mukwege, by sharing their experiences with us, they inspire us to act. Their ask is simple. UN needs to respond to what Madam Amal Clooney said in her briefing to the Council this morning. We are facing an epidemic of sexual violence in conflicts. Justice is the anecdote. UN peace operations need to have the strongest possible emphasis on protection of civilians in their mandate. The prevention of sexual violence must be given absolute priority within enhanced peace operations mandates. This must be explicit. This cannot be an optional extra. If peace operations are mandated to explicitly prevent sexual violence, they should be resourced to be successful. Expecting peace operations to do more and more with less and less is wrong and morally indefensible. For peace operations to be strong enough to prevent sexual violence, systemic sexual violence, peacekeepers should possess the skills and the resources. These include specialized medical support for victims of sexual violence in conflicts, access to safe areas, and especially support across the UN system. Missions must be able to record and document sexual violence. Resourcing peace operations sufficiently will make them fit for purpose in responding to conflicts where sexual violence is increasingly becoming a weapon of war. The UN Security Council needs to bring systemic sexual violence into its sanctions regime. Evidence and documentation is so vital for this. Systematic sexual violence often continues well into the post-conflict phase. Nothing makes the case for women to be at the peace table more powerfully than this. Women need to be in peace processes, at the peace table, and in all phases of peace building. This morning, Mr. President, all the briefers told us about the urgency of a resolute international response. The resolution approved by the Council is a great step forward. The UN system as a whole can and must go much further. We must be on the right side of history. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Fiji for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece.
Mr. President, at the outset, I'd like to congratulate you for this highly relevant and timely debate, as well as the Franco-German Jubilee presidencies on bringing to the fore the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Greece welcomes the adoption of today's resolution and align itself with the statement to be made by the European Union. Please allow me to make the following remarks on my national capacity. During the last decades, the international community has witnessed the systematic use of sexual violence by state and non-state actors as tactics of war and terrorism, that is to say, as part of a broader strategy of warfare which poses serious threats to international peace and security. Conflict-related crimes against sexual freedom and determination, most often perpetrated against, but not limited to, women and girls, are deeply rooted in and exacerbated by gender stereotypes and discriminatory perceptions of gender roles, which cumulatively result in gender inequalities, usually of structural character within societies. In this vein, efforts to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence should be collective, focusing on the accountability of the perpetrators as well as on the empowerment of the surviving victims. Therefore, political will to try or extradite alleged perpetrators as well as to enhance effective and timely international judicial cooperation in criminal matters is of paramount importance. Additionally, comprehensive education, capacity building, and awareness raising on the particular aspects of conflict-related sexual violence and its frequent use as tactics of war and terrorism is deemed extremely beneficial in order to end impunity. Needless to say, such efforts should place particular focus on the engagement of men and boys as agents of gender-sensitive, peaceful change. A holistic perspective of justice and accountability mechanisms calls for a survivor-centered strategy approach to fight against conflict-related sexual violence. In doing so, the international community and states should encourage voices coming from civil society and women's organizations, including grassroots. A survivor-centered approach should incorporate a robust gender perspective, coherently mainstreamed across the whole spectrum of activities at national, regional, and international level. To this end, Greece has recently adopted a law on the promotion of substantial gender equality, prevention and combating of gender-based violence, which calls for a whole-of-government approach to gender mainstreaming in order to integrate a gender culture in public governance and administration, including the justice sector. In this regard, Greece is currently in the process of drafting a national action plan of women, peace, and security, which coherently brings together all aspects of its relevant national policies. In conclusion, Greece reiterates its readiness to cooperate constructively with the UN institutions and member states in fighting conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence and working towards the enhancement of substantial gender equality, that is to say, equality of all human beings, so that no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Greece for her statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the German presidency of the Security Council for convening today's open debate on this very important issue. Portugal aligns itself with the statement that will be delivered by the European Union and also with the one delivered by Canada on behalf of 55 countries. Portugal greatly values that this Council continues to pay attention and addresses the Women, Peace and Security agenda, an essential tool for preventing conflict and to ensure more effective responses to today's complex crisis. We fully agree that we need to do more to prevent sexual violence in conflict. In that sense, we commend today's adoption of Security Council Resolution 2467, with a survivor-centered approach that helps shift the stigma of sexual violence from the victims to the perpetrators, as well as the fact that this resolution addresses the importance of prevention on the great challenges faced by women and girls, in particular, sexual violence in conflict. Moreover, we need to ensure that victims of violence, including sexual violence, have the right to protection and reparation, and that the perpetrators are held accountable. Portugal has been implementing Security Council Resolution 1325 since the development of our first National Action Plan in 2009. In this regard, allow me to highlight that our third National Action Plan for the term 2019-2022 includes a strategic goal to protect human rights of women and girls and punishes all forms of violence against them, including sexual violence. Within this goal, our target is to integrate the Women, Peace and Security agenda and gender equality, including violence against women and girls, sexual violence, human trafficking, in the legal and judicial cooperation within the implementation of Resolution 2106. But also to promote and support all activities related to investigation and punishment of all cases of violation against women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situation and humanitarian crisis. Accordingly, we recognize that the promotion of gender equality and non-discrimination perspectives is imperative to ensure the full enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms for everyone within the various fields of public policy and development cooperation. Furthermore, we consider of the utmost importance enhancing training to military and security forces personnel on issues related to human rights, international humanitarian law, gender equality, and violence against women and girls, including on sexual violence and gender-based violence. Not in the least through the institutionalization of gender advisors in all branches of the armed forces. To conclude, Mr. President, let me underline that preventive sexual violence in conflict is only possible if all stakeholders are involved in finding durable solutions. In this regard, it is essential to work closely with the civil society, as it was underlined by this morning's distinguished briefers. In fact, civil society organizations often play an instrumental role in ensuring the full implementation of Women, Peace and Security agenda
including by complementing the work done by military, security, and civilian personnel in conflict and post-conflict settings and in situations of emergency. They are often essential element to prevent and report crimes, to alert the international community to such crimes, to restore the international stability of the states, and also to support the reconstruction of countries and help the population to recover. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Portugal for his statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to reiterate our strong condemnation of the heinous and dastardly terrorist attacks against worshippers and civilians in Sri Lanka and express our solidarity with the people and government of Sri Lanka. Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank you for convening this important debate and express our appreciation to the Secretary General for his remarks. We commend the work of Special Representative Ms. Patton and the valuable efforts of the team of experts on rule of law. We also extend our appreciation to our briefers today. Mr. President, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the mandate of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict, we acknowledge the progress that has been achieved within the UN system to combat sexual violence. The Security Council deserves special credit for connecting the concepts of sexual violence and impunity to international peace and security, passing numerous resolutions and addressing the issue in various meetings. In this respect, we also welcome the adoption of today's resolution, which Turkey has co-sponsored. Nevertheless, the Secretary General's latest report to the Council reveals the fact that sexual violence continues to be a tactic of war and is widespread, particularly in armed conflicts, including its early stages and the aftermath. The report also confirms the nexus among sexual violence, human trafficking, terrorism, and forced displacement. Sexual violence has consequences for all affected women and girls, men and boys. In addition to its devastating impact on the survivors, it has a broad and long-lasting effect on communities and states as a whole for generations. Our responsibility must be to bring justice, recognition, and reparations to the survivors of these horrendous crimes. The Secretary General rightfully identifies accountability for crimes of conflict-related sexual violence as a key element of his prevention strategy. Unfortunately, in conflicts, national judicial and security systems are often characterized by incapacity, resulting in impunity. Absence of efficient criminal procedures and institutional capacity is common. Even when laws and institutions are in place, a selective application of laws and lack of accountability often prevails. As such, victims are discouraged from seeking civil remedy and a culture of impunity prevails. To address this problem, comprehensive solutions should be sought, which combines ensuring the supremacy of the rule of law and building judicial and security institutions. Gaps both in legislation and implementation must be addressed. Impunity must come to an end, both for perpetrators and those in the chain of command. Mr. President, the punishment of the crime often serves as the most important deterrent. To address sexual violence during conflicts and ensure that these crimes can be prosecuted in the post-conflict phase, necessary documentation and evidence must be gathered while the conflict is ongoing. The UN, other international organizations, humanitarian agencies, and civil society have an important task in this respect. We welcome the establishment and the ongoing work of the international, impartial, and independent mechanisms for Syria and Myanmar, as well as the UN investigative team to promote accountability for crimes committed by Daesh. International justice mechanisms are essential, particularly when sexual violence is used as a tactic of war in the form of systematic rape and forced pregnancies. Especially in post-conflict settings, their work complements those of national systems in the fight against the culture of impunity. Mr. President, we concur with the Secretary General that achieving gender equality, empowerment of women and girls, and recognition of their human rights are the essential steps for prevention and addressing impunity. This will also help further our agenda on women, peace, and security. Ending violence against women is a part of this effort. Council of Europe's Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women known as the Istanbul Convention, stands out as a landmark document in this regard. Turkey is committed to foster the objective of this convention and stands ready to share its experiences in its implementation. Mr. President, as the conflict in Syria enters its 9th year, millions of Syrians, particularly women and girls, continue to live under the threat of sexual violence from various parties on the ground. The horrific acts of sexual violence perpetrated by the Syrian regime, especially during arrest, detention, and at checkpoints, have been documented in various UN reports. As a neighboring country, which has an open-door policy towards the Syrians fleeing war and violence in their own country, Turkey now hosts over 3.5 million Syrians. 1.6 million of these people are women. The empowerment and self-reliance of especially Syrian women and youth, without any bearing on sexual and gender-based violence, is one of the tenets of our policy. This is why we exert every effort to provide security and safety for them, including through partnerships with the UNFPA. Mr. President, the findings of the report of the Secretary General on the situation of Rohingya in Myanmar is once again quite disturbing. The international community expects the government of Myanmar to create necessary conditions for peaceful coexistence in Rakhine State and safe return of refugees. This requires ending all types of violence, including sexual ones, giving humanitarian agencies immediate, unhindered access to populations in need, and implementing international humanitarian and human rights law in Rakhine State. We acknowledge the signing of the joint communique between the government of Myanmar and the UN in December 2018 as a right step towards this end. We expect its full and swift implementation, including the commitments regarding accountability for conflict-related sexual violence allegedly perpetrated by the Myanmar armed forces and border guards. Bringing the alleged perpetrators of sexual and other violence to justice will also be of critical importance to put an end to this vicious cycle. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate our full support to international, regional, and national efforts to end conflict-related sexual violence and respond to its consequences. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey for his statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Presidency Germany for convening this meeting and welcome the adoption of the resolution this morning, which we co-sponsored. We cannot tolerate any sexual violence in conflict, and Japan has consistently supported the work of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict. We highly appreciate the efforts taken by SRSG Ms. Patton to seek commitments from relevant governments and parties through tenacious negotiations to end sexual violence in conflict, which have led to a number of frameworks of cooperation and joint communiques with various governments and entities. Mr. President, in order to prevent and respond to sexual violence in conflict, the international society should strengthen its efforts in the following 3 areas. Firstly, ensuring accountability for perpetrators and justice for survivors is key to the prevention and deterrence of future crimes. If perpetrators are not prosecuted, or if they still hold power, sexual violence cannot be put to rest, which leads to distrust in the government. Japan has financially supported the work of the team of experts in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Central African Republic, Somalia, and Iraq since 2014, which works closely with the governments as well as the UN missions and country teams to support investigation and prosecution, legislative reform, and capacity building of judicial and security authorities. Secondly, taking a survivor-centered approach is important in response to sexual violence in conflict. Japan believes that the human security approach, which is people-centered, comprehensive, and context-specific, and focuses on prevention, is valuable in this context. In this regard, Japan has supported UN action projects, including those to respond to the needs of children born in rape and their mothers, in Iraq, and to improve access to justice by survivors of sexual violence in Jordan. Thirdly, in order to prevent and deter sexual violence by addressing its root causes, including gender inequality, we need to boost our efforts to promote gender equality and the economic empowerment of women. We must also acknowledge that women are active peace builders and safeguards against violent extremism, not just the victims of conflict. In this connection, Japan has supported UN Women's projects in Kenya, Egypt, Iraq, and Jordan to promote women's empowerment at community level through training against violent radicalization and casual work programs. These projects encourage women to be confident, active players in protecting their communities from violent extremist influences. Mr. President, under the leadership of Prime Minister Abe, Japan hosted the 5th World Assembly for Women, WAW, last month to create a society where women shine. The participants discussed women's participation in conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict recovery, and recognized that all the stakeholders, including government and civil society, should work together to promote this agenda. As a G20 presidency this year, Japan will relate the discussions of WAW to the G20 Osaka Summit, where women's economic empowerment will be one of the topics of discussion. Mr. President, since earlier the delegation of the Republic of Korea mentioned the comfort woman issue in his statement, I am obliged to address the issue here. The government of Japan has been sincerely dealing with this issue for a long period of time. In addition, as a result of considerable diplomatic efforts, Japan and the ROK reached an agreement in December 2015. With this agreement, both countries confirmed that the comfort woman issue is resolved finally and irreversibly. It is of great importance that the agreement is steadily implemented by both sides. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan for his statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me start by commending Germany as well as France for their excellent stewardship with regards to the women, peace and security agenda during the past 2 months. The Kingdom of the Netherlands fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and the statement of Canada on behalf of 55 countries. The pertinent briefings of the Secretary General and his special representative show that addressing this topic is as important today as ever. We applaud their leadership and want to reiterate our full support for Ms. Patton and her mandate. In addition, we wish to express our appreciation for Dr. Denis Mukwege, Ms. Nadia Murad, Ms. Ines Miloud, and Ms. Amal Clooney for sharing their experience and expertise on this topic. Mr. President, today I will focus on accountability, addressing first the role of the ICC, second, sanctions, and thirdly, the survivor-centered approach, including sexual and reproductive health and rights. Enhanced accountability would send a strong and preventative signal to perpetrators and protect the safety and lives of millions of women, girls, men and boys in conflict areas. A coherent accountability approach to conflict-related sexual violence is important, and the primary responsibility for accountability rests with the state. The role of the ICC. When states are unable or unwilling to prosecute, the ICC can play an important role in holding perpetrators accountable. We remind the Council of its power to refer situations, such as the situations in Syria and Myanmar, to the ICC. And we call upon states to become a party to the Rome Statute of the ICC. Second, on the role of sanctions. Sanctions can contribute to the fight against impunity and be a form of deterrence and prevention. Last October, the Kingdom of the Netherlands initiated an area formula meeting during which the Council discussed ways in which sanctions could contribute to moving from a culture of impunity to a culture of deterrence. And allow me to highlight three main takeaways. They are in line with the recommendations in the SG's report, which we strongly support. To start with, the Council should systematically and explicitly incorporate and apply sexual violence as a standalone designation criterion in sanction regimes. And we call upon all Council members to extend this practice to all remaining relevant sanctions regimes and to ensure adequate follow-up. Furthermore, the cooperation and interaction between sanctions committees, panels, and the CRSV should be further strengthened. It is important for the Council to include sexual violence in its deliberations on country-specific situations. In December, we facilitated the briefing by CRSV Patton to the Council on sexual violence in Bentiu, in South Sudan. Such briefings, as well as briefings to sanctions committees, should become the rule rather than the exception. And lastly, the sanctions architecture should be better linked to the findings in the SG's annual report, in which we find the same list of parties as last year. Where no specific sanctions regimes yet exist, the Council should explore innovative ways to use sanctions following listing in the annex. Mr. President, my third point is on the survivor-centered approach. Taking a survivor-centered approach means listening to survivors and respecting their rights, wishes, and needs, whilst taking into account their privacy and confidentiality. Sexual violence is aimed at wrecking a community, and it is essential survivors' needs are addressed for a community to be rebuilt. For survivors to choose freely, we should support them with comprehensive information and services, including those related to sexual and reproductive health and rights, safe abortion, and mental health and psychosocial support, as guaranteed by international humanitarian and human rights law. And in this light, we fully support the statement made by France after the vote on the resolution. We need to provide survivors with protection and legal action. I'm not only thinking about the survivors of sexual violence in South Sudan that I mentioned earlier, but also the Yazidi women and girls and the Rohingya women and girls I met during the Security Council visit to Bangladesh and Myanmar almost 1 year ago today. This Council has raised expectations and should follow suit. And justice is on the top of the list. In this light, we reiterate our full support to UNITAD and also to the investigative mechanism Myanmar that will soon start its important work. And let me finish by quoting Ms. Nadia Murad when she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you very much for this honor, but the fact remains that the only prize in the world that can restore our dignity is justice and the prosecution of criminals. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Netherlands for her statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Special Representative, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delivering my remarks on behalf of Latvia, Lithuania, and my own country, Estonia. We are aligning ourselves with the statement of the European Union. Mr. President, first of all, we should galvanize our efforts to achieve full gender equality in law and in practice. We need to address the gender stereotypes deeply embedded in the society and often unconsciously impacting our actions. To counter those stereotypes, women must be able to fully and effectively participate in political, economic, and social life. In this context, I would like to commend the initiative of the Framework of Cooperation between the Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict and CEDAW Committee signed in 2018. Secondly, accountability. We must admit that despite increased attention by the international community, impunity remains widespread and even common practice. Sexual violence perpetrated in wartime is among the least reported crimes. survivors of violence are often further punished with rejection and stigma. In ensuring accountability, we would like to stress the role of the International Criminal Court. The Rome Statute of the ICC provides international community with an excellent tool to put an end to impunity for sexual and gender-based crimes. We would like to encourage all states that have not yet done it to ratify the Rome Statute and to ensure that their national laws fully incorporate the Rome Statute crimes. Thirdly, we should address the implementation of existing commitments. We agree with the Secretary General that there are ways to address the existing gaps in the compliance system and to bring these issues into the agenda of the Security Council. As to the implementation of our commitments, all 3 countries have taken steps to prepare and advance the national action plans on women, peace and security. Latvia will start preparing its first national action plan, which will include actions in domestic policy, as well as within multilateral and bilateral cooperation. Lithuania is finalizing its second Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan for the period 2020-2024, and Estonia is currently working on the third National Action Plan for the same period. The plan focuses on empowerment of women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations, as well as raising awareness on conflict-related sexual violence. Estonia is also contributing financially to the activities of the Special Representative of Sexual Violence in Conflict, the team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, and to the work of the ICC Trust Fund for Victims. From the very beginning of its launch, Lithuania has continuously been contributing to the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund that focuses in directly supporting local women organizations engaged in conflict-affected areas. During its current presidency of the Arms Trade Treaty, Latvia has prioritized the issue of arms-related gender-based violence. The ATT is a critical contribution to global efforts in addressing gender-based violence affected by illicit proliferation and the misuse of arms. But it is clear that much of the work and political will is needed to address this issue, including through arms export assessments. Mr. President, I would also like to stress the crucial role of civil society, in particular women organizations, in fighting sexual and gender-based crimes, both in relation to prevention and evidence gathering, as well as assistance provided to survivors. In this connection, Lithuania organized a 3-day international experts conference last November on the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, with an aim to build capacities and enhance abilities of civil society organizations. Moreover, at the Estonian organized side event in March, during the 63rd session of the CSW, the Special Representative of Secretary General, Ms. Pramila Patten, gave many interesting examples of the technological opportunities that can be used to help survivors. As stigmatization almost always comes as part and parcel with the sexual violence, it would be interesting to hear, Madam Special Representative, your recommendations for states on how they can tackle this particular challenge with technological means. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Estonia for his statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Germany for convening today's debate and to thank all the briefers for their powerful interventions earlier. I particularly wanted to welcome the fact that the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Pramila Patten, whose work we strongly support, is still with us at this stage in the day, listening to the debate. Thank you for being here. Mr. President, as war is fundamentally about power, the abuse of power, so too is sexual violence. Sexual violence is rooted in women's political, social and economic exclusion and insecurity. It is an abuse of power rooted in historical power imbalances, primarily between men and women. To eliminate the scourge of sexual and gender-based violence, our first and fundamental task must be to achieve gender equality at every level. Mr. President, Ireland recently concluded 2 years in the chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, working on precisely this task: progress towards gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. The debates which take place at the Commission on the Status of Women are as intense and polarized as any which take place here in the Security Council. Let nobody be under any illusion. Efforts to balance the power relations between men and women are deeply, deeply political, and today's debate clearly no less so. I'm proud that the recent CSW conclusions contain vital language on the need to address the effects of armed conflict and post-conflict situations on women and girls, including victims and survivors of sexual violence. Doggedly and with determination, we need to keep building the structures in language and in laws to bring an end to sexual violence. Today's resolution is a step on the road, but it is only a step, and we share the disappointment and regret expressed by Belgium, France, South Africa, the Netherlands, and others that the text did not include sexual and reproductive healthcare services for victims and survivors of sexual violence in conflict. As the French ambassador said, this is not the end of the road, and we believe the Security Council must assume its responsibility and recognise these needs. We should be mindful too that gender-based violence affects not just women and girls, but men and boys and members of sexual and gender minorities. Poverty, displacement, and vulnerability increase the risk of sexual violence, especially for those in flight. Again and again, we see that dynamic of power and vulnerability playing out. Gender equality is at the heart of my government's foreign, development, and humanitarian policy. This year in Ireland, we have increased our funding to preventing gender-based violence in conflict-affected and fragile states by over 1/3. Our determination in this work comes not just from conviction, but also from lived experience. Northern Ireland lived this experience in Technicolor. There we saw, for instance, that the decommissioning of weapons, demobilization of paramilitary groups, and growing confidence in the police service greatly reduced the threat of firearms in domestic violence situations. One form of violence goes out with the other. In partnership with the International Rescue Committee in 2016, Ireland established the world's first ever response mechanism dedicated solely to grievous bodily violence programming. And we have seen how a survivor-based response saves the lives of women and girls every day. Our support has helped survivors such as Nianimal, one of millions displaced in South Sudan as conflict swept through her village. Nianimal was separated from her family, and in the chaos that followed, she was gang raped. She was able to access a women and girls safe space where she received psychosocial support and medical services. But for Nianimal, as well as with millions of other survivors, the impact and trauma of sexual violence endured, including through social stigma. After she discovered she was pregnant, Nianimal was rejected by her family. When the baby was born, the IRC worked with local women leaders who intervened with her family, and she was eventually reintegrated. The example of Nianimal demonstrates not just the complexity and deep impact of sexual violence, but also how addressing harmful, embedded cultural norms play an important role in recovery. In support to Nianimal, this would not have been possible without working with the local partner. We must do everything we can to increase our support to local organizations and to work with civil society and in particular with human rights defenders. Mr. President, in our peacekeeping work, Ireland is also proactive. Our defence forces, for example, as seasoned peacekeepers, regularly conduct patrols with mixed gender teams right around camps where young women and girls are collecting firewood or water. It's a small, practical example of the kind of gender-sensitive approach that should be integrated to every level of our work. This year, Ireland will conduct training for peacekeeping contingents in the investigation of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence for the African Union, for the UN, and for NATO partners. We provide support to mechanisms such as the IIIM in Syria and for the work of Justice Rapid Response in ensuring gender expertise be made available in the investigation of serious human rights violations. And we strongly support efforts by the Security Council to bolster the use of conflict-related sexual violence as a criterion for imposing sanctions and for greater alignment across thematic and country-specific sanction regimes. Mr. President, put simply, the horrific scale of ongoing conflict-related sexual violence is a stain on our common humanity. We have to close the accountability gap with determination and with unashamed zero tolerance. For our part, as an aspiring elected member of this Security Council for 2021-22, Ireland will continue to work for gender equality and aim to break down those power imbalances we see as being at the heart of such violence. We will support bringing that agenda again to this table. We are listening carefully to survivors about their needs, which naturally includes sexual and reproductive healthcare services. We want to see women in all aspects of peacekeeping and peace building. It is there that we, as women, belong, and where we will make a difference, if only we be allowed to get on with the job, Mr. President. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland for a statement, and I now give the floor to Mr. Robert Mardini, Permanent Observer of the International Committee of the Red Cross to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this important debate, and to all the briefers for their compelling interventions and courageous dedication. In the ICRC's work with affected communities in armed conflict, sexual violence has been highlighted as a top concern from young women in particular. Other groups have named it among their major fears alongside community tensions, loss of means, and displacement. Political attention on sexual violence has been raised to the highest levels. The burning question now is, how can it compel a collective response focusing on the affected population, including those at risk of sexual violence? On behalf of the ICRC, a neutral, impartial, and independent organization, I wish today to outline 3 levels where there are challenges and opportunities to work together among states, humanitarian actors, and other partners. First, at the victim-survivor level, there is a lack of support in addressing medical care, mental health, shelter, economic insecurity, and exclusion. We ask you in your respective capacities to support these needs and the acceptance of survivors. One concrete ask we have is to provide safe and confidential access to healthcare to prevent further risk to survivors who come forward. For our part, at the victim-survivor level, the ICRC is supporting health centers in the Central African Republic and Mali through training, financial, and technical assistance. Second, at the community level, we see challenges stemming from the lack of information on available services, deterioration of safety leading to increased risk of sexual violence, and harmful coping strategies for protection or income generation. We ask you to support risk reduction. Please support social cohesion among community members or economic means as alternatives to harmful coping strategies. For the ICRC's part, in the Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Nigeria, it is the communities themselves who are identifying problems, causes, consequences, and capacities. Guided by the communities, as experts of their own situations, we are working hand in hand with them on the solutions they propose to reduce risk exposure. Third, at the state and institutional level, we see challenges arising from inadequate criminalization of sexual violence and lack of state and local capacity to respond. Weak chains of command, poor judicial systems, and ineffective measures to reduce sexual violence in detention create further obstacles. Together, we must create and safeguard a humanitarian environment that prevents sexual violence. This is possible by establishing adequate normative frameworks, building capacity of judicial bodies, and ensuring respect for international humanitarian law and other bodies of law. The 1949 Geneva Conventions were the first treaties to prohibit rape and other forms of sexual violence in armed conflict. For our part, the ICRC will continue to engage with all parties to armed conflict to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. We will continue to lend technical expertise to lawmakers and military officials and to support structures to address sexual violence, including in detention facilities. Mr. President, let us work together on these three levels: victim survivor, community, and state. As we mark the 70th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions this year, let us also recall its spirit to uphold human dignity in the midst of armed conflict. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Mr. Mardini for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Mara Marinaki, Principal Advisor for Gender and the Implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security of the European External Action Service of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries, Turkey, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, the country of the stabilization and association process and potential candidate Bosnia-Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, align themselves with this statement. The European Union welcomes the Franco-German joint presidency's determination to bring the Women, Peace and Security agenda to the limelight of the Council and the international community at large. This is in line with the initiatives implemented by other European Union member states during their recent mandates in the Council. The adoption today of Resolution 2467 on conflict-related sexual violence is a positive step forward, and we are fully committed to play our part in its full implementation. Allow me to extend our gratitude to today's briefers, whose actions and commitment are an inspiration to all of us. On this 10th anniversary of the mandate of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, we also thank the Special Representative, Ms. Pramila Patten, for her dedication, and we reiterate our full support for her mandate. Mr. Chair, the Secretary General's report is a dispiriting read, and we are sad to have to concur with his observation that despite some progress, impunity of perpetrators for conflict-related sexual violence continues to be the norm in many parts of the world. Strengthening proper accountability for this crime is crucial. We reiterate our call on the Security Council to systematically and explicitly include and apply sexual violence as a designation criterion within the United Nations sanctions regimes, particularly when regimes overlap with perpetrators mentioned in the report of the Secretary General. Prevention, protection, and prosecution should be the driving forces of all efforts. On prevention, we reiterate the importance of promoting a culture of full gender equality and women's empowerment, supporting women's and community-based organizations, boosting women's participation in political, economic, social decision-making and in peace processes, properly including men and boys and training them to become gender champions, and adopting national action plans for Resolution 1325 as key measures to prevent conflict-related sexual violence. On protection, we insist on the agency of ensuring full access to comprehensive, coordinated, and quality services, including sexual and reproductive health care, psychological support, legal counseling, as well as relief and recovery programs for all survivors without discrimination based on any ground, including sex, race, ethnic or social origin, religion or belief, political or any other opinion, disability, age, sexual orientation, and gender identity. On prosecution, we recall the need to ensure adequate investigation and prosecution through collection of reliable sex disaggregated data, facilitate access to justice for survivors, and ensure specific protection and psychological support to witnesses. We emphasize in this context the significant progress in international justice made by the International Criminal Court, as well as by other non-permanent international criminal tribunals or similar courts in combating conflict-related sexual violence. The ICC's jurisdiction is complementary to that of states, and the primary responsibility for bringing perpetrators to justice resides with the states. We also recognize and support the important contribution of civil society, women's organizations, and women human rights defenders who challenge violent gender norms, prevent sexual and gender-based violence, and provide medical and psychological services to communities. We're particularly concerned about the risks and harm faced by mothers and their children born as a result of sexual violence, and we would welcome the briefer's recommendations on how to better prevent and address these situations. We also note that according to the report of the Secretary General, LGBTI individuals are sometimes specifically targeted with sexual violence in conflict, and we call on the Council to give due attention to this issue. Mr. Chairman, in the spirit of the Secretary General's recommendations, the European Union has taken concrete actions to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence based on a holistic approach. I refer to the written version of my statement circulated in the room for the detail of these actions, which notably include the encouraging examples of such cooperation in the Western Balkans, in the Caucasus, in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, as well as the joint UN-EU Spotlight Initiative, which we invite all UN member states to join. The United Nations can continue to rely on the full engagement and support of the European Union to achieve our shared goals and help millions of girls and women feel safe and free to deploy their full potential. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank Her Excellency Mrs. Marinaki for her statement and now give the floor to Mrs. Claire Hutchinson, NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank you for the opportunity to address the Security Council as the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. And I'd also like to thank the briefers this morning for their incredibly moving and powerful statements. And also a special thanks to the SRSG for Sexual Violence and Conflict and her team for all the work that they do. This year, NATO celebrates its 70th anniversary, which provides an opportunity to reflect on our achievements, but also to look to the future. NATO's core mission over the last 70 years has been to closely safeguard the fundamental rights of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, themes that resonate so clearly with the Women, Peace and Security agenda and which underscore our work on protection of civilians. The adoption of the Women, Peace and Security resolutions and the work by this Council has established a new course in understanding and responding to the grievous, systematic sexual abuse of women and girls in and around conflict. Awareness that conflict-related sexual violence not only affects women and girls, but entire communities, is now entrenched in our collective thinking. Mr. President, last year, NATO heads of state and governments endorsed a new Women, Peace and Security Policy and Action Plan, introducing our guiding principles of integration, inclusiveness, and integrity. These collective principles provide a connective tissue between security, stability, and protective environments, and frame our approach to protection through the kaleidoscope of women, peace and security. And for NATO, this means there can be no protection without participation, because at its root, sexual violence is a gendered issue. Sexual violence stems from fundamental gender inequalities. Therefore, focusing on solely protective and preventative solutions is limited and insufficient. To effectively combat sexual violence, we must address and dismantle all obstacles that impede women's full participation and peace and security, including in peace processes. Eradicating sexual violence and conflict and focusing on operationally effective responses to this appalling abuse of women and girls is critical, but it should not take place at the expense of the empowerment of women. Mr. President, the long-term destructive nature of conflict-related sexual violence, as well as its effect on entire communities, continues to pose significant threats to global peace and security. For NATO, this has become central to our efforts to protect civilians in our missions and operations. In Afghanistan, we are working closely with the Ministries of Interior and Defense to improve their efforts to tackle sexual violence. Our work is helping increase awareness of the Afghan authorities and bolster efforts to identify and investigate acts of sexual violence. In Kosovo, we're focusing on community outreach, ensuring the Kosovo population understands NATO's role in combating related sexual violence. In Iraq, we're working with the military medical school to increase awareness of CRSV, with a particular focus on providing advice to medical personnel on how to work with victims and survivors and how to put effective prevention strategies into action. And finally, at NATO headquarters, we're developing a new handbook for commanders and operational planners as a reference tool for critical thinking and decision-making in military crisis situations, and to guide them as they put in place the actions required to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence. But there is so much more we can do, because despite our best efforts, despite the efforts of the international community, despite the plethora of attention, despite the resolutions, the commitments, endorsements, and financing, women constantly remain at risk and subject to heinous brutality around the world. And so, Mr. President, while our Alliance has long held the women, peace and security principles as an innate element of our core tasks, on this 70th anniversary year, we pledge to do even more to address conflict-related sexual violence within our operational mandates, and we will continue, wherever we are deployed, to create the conditions for security that will allow women and girls to live free from abuse and violence. Only in this way will we fulfill our international obligations to prevent the threat of violence and protect those most in need. Ultimately, in tackling sexual violence against women and girls, we do more than help individual victims. We set a tone for the respect for fundamental dignities and human rights. And by doing this, we can lay a foundation for lasting stability. I thank you.
I thank Mrs. Hutchinson for her statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
Mr. President, Kazakhstan thanks the German presidency for highlighting our attention on preventing conflict-related sexual violence. We commend the Secretary General Guterres for the insights drawn from his annual report and Special Representative Patton giving an overview of her mandate and work. We also thank Nobel Peace Prize laureates and other briefers for their passionate plea to us and horrifying analysis of the scourge in different parts of the world. Kazakhstan endorses the recommendations of the Secretary General's annual report. Despite the robust normative framework and the progress achieved, we need to collectively reflect on how conflict-related sexual violence does not increase at the alarmingly high levels as it presently does. At the same time, we have to take measures to ensure that sexual violence is not used as a tactic of war or aggravated by human trafficking, which can become a source of income by armed groups, terrorist organizations, and transnational organized crime networks. This scourge requires concerted and well-coordinated cross-national interventions with a one UN approach. All efforts of the UN Action and team of experts require improved coordination with UNODC, Interpol, regional and sub-regional organizations. We also need initiatives and cooperation for prevention, information sharing and documentation, assistance to victims, legal support, training of security forces, new orientations for the legal, judiciary and criminal justice systems, and exchange of good practices in combating sexual violence. Our deliberations today make it clear that the international community should ensure accountability for sexual violence in conflict and bring a resolute end to impunity. Therefore, UN Security Council sanctions committees should include, where appropriate, sexual violence as a designated criteria for sanctions against individuals and organized networks, including non-state parties to the conflict. Regional organizations and member states, which have the primary responsibility for responding to sexual violence and strengthening the law enforcement system, should harmonize their national legislations with UN standards. Conflict-related sexual violence affects every aspect of survivor's life and leads to the stigmatization of victims and devastation of physical and economic security, especially of displaced and rural women. We therefore need a survivor-centered approach, which should include full, competent, and speedy psychological support, healthcare, legal assistance, and social-economic reintegration. Cooperation with religious leaders, civil society, and local communities is most important to change extremist narratives, shift the stigma of sexual violence to the perpetrators, promote education, and create awareness on the empowerment of women. Kazakhstan strongly believes that preventing sexual exploitation and abuse by the peacekeepers should be an absolute priority with UN zero tolerance policy to such offenses. All troops and police contingents should have full training prior and during deployment. We support the greater recruitment of well-qualified women military and police officers and the deployment of women's protection advisors to the peacekeeping missions. Our country integrates all elements of the WPS agenda, including on conflict-related sexual violence in our national legislation, with new, strong pro-women policies. Training on gender equality for the armed and security forces and women's deployment in UN peacekeeping operations are a priority for Kazakhstan National Peacekeeping Training Center. At the regional level, we are supporting Afghanistan with a multidimensional approach of conflict prevention, accompanied by humanitarian and development assistance, through strengthening the security and development nexus. At the international level, we are contributing to the UN Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women that funds projects in the post-conflict settings. To conclude, we welcome today's adoption of the milestone resolution 2467 and are pleased to inform that Kazakhstan will present today our concrete pledges to accelerate implementing the WPS agenda by the anniversary in 2020 at the high-level companion event hosted by Germany and the UK. We will be fully engaged together with the international community to promote Agenda 2030 and the new Agenda for Peace to protect women's dignity and gender empowerment. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie d'avoir convenu à ce débat ouvert du Conseil de sécurité sur un thème qui touche profondément l'ensemble de l'humanité, qui touche notre conscience collective et nos valeurs humaines. Nos remerciements vont également à tous les intervenants pour leur contribution et leur engagement. Nous saluons à cette occasion la présence parmi nous de l'homme qui répare les femmes, le docteur Mukwege, et des femmes qui parlent au nom de nous tous, Nadia Mourad et Inas Miloud. Monsieur le Président, la guerre n'est souvent pas seulement une mitrailleuse sordide, une grenade grossière ou un char criminel. Le terrorisme n'est pas réductible à une idéologie aussi menteuse que meurtrière. Les conflits, les guerres et le terrorisme sont aussi synonymes de femmes subissant au prix de leur chair et de leur corps des violences impensables et des traumatismes indélébiles. Quand leur propre corps sont transformées en armes d'assaut contre elles, nous nous retrouvons tous devant l'impératif moral et éthique d'agir. Agir comme obligation morale et responsabilité collective. Agir pour défendre et protéger, pour prévenir et dissuader, pour enquêter et responsabiliser, pour dénoncer et juger, pour ne plus jamais permettre, tant aux acteurs étatiques qu'aux acteurs non étatiques, de brandir les corps des femmes comme arme contre elles, ou de recourir au viol comme arme de terrorisme et aux violences sexuelles, quelles qu'elles soient, comme tactique de guerre. Mais aussi agir en garantissant à toutes les victimes survivant aux violences sexuelles les droits qui sont les leurs, dont la santé sexuelle et reproductive. Pour ce faire, nous appelons au respect total des normes de droit international et de droit international humanitaire en temps de guerre, ainsi qu'à veiller à l'application de toutes les résolutions du Conseil de sécurité portant sur l'agenda Femmes, paix et sécurité, dont la clé de voûte reste la résolution 1325. Dans ce cadre, rappelons que cette résolution et toutes celles qui ont suivi soulignent l'évidence que la femme est une partenaire incontournable et essentielle à la paix et à la sécurité dans le monde, et que son implication dans les négociations et les efforts de paix assurait une voie certaine vers une paix durable. Monsieur le Président, dans le contexte national, nous soulignons l'importance de la mise en place de mécanismes d'enquête et d'information inclusifs et sensibles aux questions de genre, et d'introduire des législations pertinentes qui visent à traduire devant la justice les commanditaires et toute personne responsable des actes de violence sexuelle contre les femmes, mais aussi contre les hommes et les enfants. Dans cet objectif, des fonds spécialisés devraient être mobilisés afin de promouvoir et de renforcer les institutions chargées de surveiller, d'enquêter et de poursuivre ces actes répréhensibles. Par ailleurs, une amélioration des conditions d'accès à la justice demeure un élément de base dans ce processus. Enfin, n'oublions pas le besoin d'assurer la participation de la société civile et des défenseuses et défenseurs des droits humains dans l'agenda Femmes, paix et sécurité et de reconnaître le rôle fondamental qu'ils y jouent, souvent au péril de leur vie. Monsieur le Président, en quelques mots, ce qu'il nous faudra désormais envisager, c'est de passer du déni à l'aveu, passer de l'intimidation et de la stigmatisation à l'autonomisation, passer du silence de l'humiliation au courage de la vérité, passer de l'indifférence à la compassion, passer de l'impunité à la justice, passer de l'injustice à la réparation, passer des paroles aux actions. Parce que ce monde n'est pas celui de certains hommes qui font la guerre, mais celui de toutes les femmes qui veulent la paix. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon for her statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة الحضور، أود في البداية أن أضم صوتي لمن سبقوني في الإعراب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير للرئاسة الألمانية لمجلس الأمن لشهر أبريل الجاري على اهتمامها الواضح بموضوعات المرأة وأجندة السلم والأمن، وفي مقدماتها موضوع العنف الجنسي في النزاعات المسلحة الذي نناقشه اليوم. كما أشكر السيد السكرتير العام الممثلة الخاصة للسكرتير العام للعنف الجنسي في النزاعات على الجهود الأممية التي تم عرضها، فضلاً عن باقي السيدات المتحدثات اللاتي قمن بالتحدث خلال هذه الجلسة الهامة لعرض خبراتهن وأفكارهن القيمة. السيد الرئيس، إن العنف الجنسي في النزاعات وما بعدها هو ظاهرة كاشفة عن خلل متعدد الأوجه يقتضي منا معالجة شاملة. فالعلاقة بين تلك الظاهرة والوضع العام للمرأة والفتيات وبعض أنماط السلوك الاجتماعي السلبية في المجتمعات هي علاقة أساسية بكل تأكيد، كما أن الموضوع مرتبط بشكل رئيسي بالمحاسبة ومكافحة الإفلات من العقاب على النحو الموضح في المذكرة المفاهيمية. وعلى الرغم من إصدار مجلس الأمن خلال السنوات 11 الأخيرة ل5 قرارات شديدة الأهمية تخاطب العديد من زوايا موضوع العنف الجنسي في النزاعات، بما في ذلك استخدام العنف الجنسي كسلاح خلال الحرب، والعلاقة بين الجريمة المنظمة والإرهاب والإتجار بالبشر بالعنف الجنسي في النزاعات، ونظام المتابعة والمراقبة، واستحداث منصب الممثل الخاص للسكرتير العام للعنف الجنسي، إلا أن استمرار ظاهرة العنف الجنسي ضد النساء والفتيات اليوم، وبالأخص من جانب الكيانات غير الحكومية والتنظيمات الإرهابية المسؤولة عن أغلب هذه الانتهاكات، كل ذلك يؤكد أنه لا يزال أمامنا الكثير لإنجازه في هذا المضمار. السيد الرئيس، تنطلق المقاربة الشاملة للتعامل مع ظاهرة العنف الجنسي في النزاعات وما بعدها من مرحلة ما قبل حدوث العنف الجنسي، حيث تشمل رفع الوعي بحقوق النساء والفتيات وتغيير بعض أنماط السلوك الاجتماعية السلبية، وبالطبع منع النزاعات ذاتها قبل حدوثها، وتسري في مرحلة النزاعات من خلال توفير الحماية اللازمة للنساء والفتيات تحديداً، وتجنيبهم التعرض لأعمال العنف الجنسي من جانب الأطراف المتحاربة المختلفة. ثم تستمر هذه المقاربة إلى مرحلة ما بعد النزاعات، وهنا تتفق مصر مع أهمية تبني منهجية تضع الضحايا في قلب اهتمامها من خلال توفير الرعاية والحماية اللازمة لهن من مختلف زواياها. وترى مصر إن دور المرأة رئيسي في جميع المراحل المتقدمة، فدورها لا يقتصر على دور الضحية، وإنما ينعقد لها دور رئيسي في مكافحة العنف والاستغلال الجنسي في إطار دورها الأعم في مجال أجندة السلم والأمن. وعلينا العمل على تعزيز هذا الدور الهام بالنظر لما كشفته التجارب من قدرة النساء على اجتياز الكثير من الحواجز في التعامل مع ضحايا العنف الجنسي، وصولا إلى الكشف عن المتهمين، ومن ثم مكافحة الإفلات من العقاب، فضلا عن تقديم الدعم والمساعدة اللازمين للضحايا. ولعلنا نسترجع في هذا الصدد مناقشات مجلس الأمن خلال جلسة مجلس الأمن المفتوحة يوم 11 أبريل 2019 تحت عنوان المرأة في حفظ السلام. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة الحضور، تهتم الرئاسة المصرية للاتحاد الأفريقي للعام الجاري 2019 بشكل رئيسي بموضوع إعادة الإعمار والتنمية في مرحلة ما بعد النزاعات، على أساس مقاربة شاملة تشمل بناء قدرات الجيوش الوطنية وسلطات إنفاذ القانون على مكافحة الإرهاب والجريمة، فضلا عن تقديم أوجه العناية والرعاية اللازمة للمجتمعات الخارجة من النزاعات، بما في ذلك الأطفال والنساء والفتيات ضحايا هذه النزاعات. ولدى مصر بالفعل العديد من البرامج والآليات التي تستهدف منطقة الساحل في أفريقيا تحديدا، التي تعاني وطأة النزاعات المسلحة وأنشطة التنظيمات الإرهابية وكيانات الجريمة المنظمة. ونحن على أتم استعداد للتعاون مع كافة الشركاء في صياغة وتنفيذ مشروعات وبرامج متخصصة تستهدف تقديم الرعاية والحماية اللازمين لضحايا العنف الجنسي من النساء والفتيات في تلك المناطق، بالتعاون مع الوكالة المصرية للشراكة من أجل التنمية. ختاما، تدعم مصر بشدة أجندة السكرتير العام لا للتسامح مع جرائم الاستغلال والتعدي الجنسي، وفي هذا الإطار يقوم مركز القاهرة الدولي لتسوية النزاعات وحفظ وبناء السلام بعقد دورات تدريبية متخصصة للعسكريين والشرطيين المصريين والعرب والأفارقة بالتعاون مع وكالات الأمم المتحدة المتخصصة، حيث تشمل هذه الدورات تدريب تلك العناصر على كيفية التعامل مع حالات الاستغلال والتعدي الجنسي في مناطق النزاعات قبل نشر هذه القوات الأممية. سيد الرئيس، في ختام مداخلتي أؤكد مجددا على دعم مصر الكامل لجهودكم الرامية إلى تعزيز بنية مكافحة العنف الجنسي في مناطق النزاعات، واستعدادنا التام للتعاون مع كافة الأطراف المعنية في هذا الشأن. وشكرا جزيلا.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt for a statement and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to German presidency for organizing this debate, and of course to all invited speakers for the briefing and testimonies. Slovenia aligns itself with the statement delivered earlier by the European Union and would like to make some additional remarks in national capacity. We once again welcome the report on sexual violence and conflict. We are outraged by the persistent and widespread occurrence of sexual violence in armed conflicts and join others in condemning these violations. Regarding the resolution 2467 adopted this morning, we regret the fact that the agreement could not be reached on the issues of crucial importance, including providing sexual and reproductive health services to all survivors of sexual violence and conflict. Ensuring comprehensive assistance to all survivors of these heinous crimes is in the heart of the survivor-centered approach. We must seriously increase our efforts to do three important things: prevent such crimes from ever happening again, bring those responsible to justice, and provide victims with all the assistance and help they need and deserve. All of this regardless of whether or not a situation is on the Security Council's agenda. Mr. President, in the past decade, an important paradigm shift has been made. Conflict-related sexual violence is itself understood as a threat to international peace and security. It especially impedes women's participation in peace and political processes, including post-conflict reconstruction and reconciliation. In most cases, sexual violence and conflict occurs where there is a systematic discrimination against women and girls. Therefore, we must promote efforts to eliminate discrimination against women and girls in law and practice. Again, sexual violence in contemporary conflicts is not a side effect. It is rather a frontline consideration and horrifying tactic of war, means of repression, terror, and control used to humiliate and injure victims, their families, and their entire communities. All survivors, regardless of their gender or age, are traumatized and stigmatized for life. An entire generation and communities are affected for decades to come. Ensuring accountability and ending impunity is of paramount importance. The primary responsibility to protect civilians and to bring perpetrators to justice always resides with states. Ensuring accountability remains a major challenge. In this regard, the role of international criminal justice has been recognized, in particular the International Criminal Court. And Slovenia supports different international mechanisms for investigation and prosecution of such crimes. Mr. President, we also express our support for the recommendations of the Secretary General in his report to fully integrate the issue of conflict-related sexual violence into the work of its sanctions committees and include sexual violence as an explicit designation criteria for sanctions, as well as to include measures to prevent conflict-related sexual violence in security sector and justice reform initiatives. Approach to sexual and gender-based violence must be survivor-centered, and awareness-raising activities must be added in parallel to victims' assistance to fight stigmatization of the survivors and children born as a result of sexual violence, and to challenge negative perceptions and misunderstanding that prevent survivors to rebuild their lives. Slovenia is addressing the correlation of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence in its second National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security for the period 18-20, adopted last November. Among others, the plan contains several activities regarding prevention and accountability. In June of 2018, Slovenia also joined the call for action on gender-based violence in emergencies, and committed to step up the engagement in prevention and response to GBV. Last year, we allocated additional financial contribution for prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The education and training on women, peace and security, which were systematically introduced throughout the Slovene armed forces, are also an important domestic achievement. Mr. President, let me conclude by once again reconfirming our support for the UN action against conflict-related sexual violence. We call on all parts of the United Nations to continue prioritizing this important issue and further call on the Security Council to strongly, systematically, consistently and promptly respond to all violations in situations of armed conflicts. Neither silence nor tolerance or impunity are an option. This is a message that should clearly emanate from the Security Council. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias por haber convocado a este debate y muchas gracias a quienes han enriquecido la discusión el día de hoy. La violencia sexual es siempre un crimen aberrante y una violación flagrante e inaceptable de los derechos humanos. Cuando esto ocurre en el contexto de una situación de conflicto, se convierte además en un crimen de guerra que contraviene al derecho internacional humanitario y consecuentemente su sanción y reparación se vuelven tema del interés de la comunidad internacional. Este año se cumplen 10 años desde el establecimiento del mandato de la representante especial sobre la violencia sexual en los conflictos armados. De entonces para acá se han logrado algunos avances estimables, particularmente en lo que se refiere al reconocimiento por la comunidad internacional de que la violencia sexual y de género en conflictos armados constituyen una amenaza a la paz y a la seguridad internacionales. Sin embargo, subsisten importantes retos que enfrentar, no solo en lo relativo a la rendición de cuentas y el combate a la impunidad, sino incluso en lo concerniente a la definición misma del fenómeno. Señor presidente, los Estados miembros debemos fortalecer nuestras capacidades nacionales a fin de disponer de los marcos jurídicos e institucionales que garanticen la investigación y el enjuiciamiento de las personas culpables de estos crímenes. Para ello, nuestras leyes nacionales deben sustentarse en la aplicación de principios fundamentales como son la igualdad ante la ley, el respeto a los derechos humanos y el acceso justo, eficaz y no discriminatorio a sistemas de impartición de justicia que incorporen de manera transversal la perspectiva de género, así como la perspectiva intercultural. Para la prevención oportuna y el combate eficaz de la violencia sexual relacionada con los conflictos, es necesario reconocer y enfrentar al menos 3 factores ineludibles. Primero, las desigualdades estructurales de género. Segundo, la discriminación histórica que han sufrido las mujeres y las niñas. Y en tercer lugar, la marginación, sobre todo la de los grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad. Todos estos factores son parte fundamental del origen de estos crímenes. Si a todo ello agregamos además instituciones de justicia débiles, el temor a la denuncia, el miedo a las represalias, el rechazo de las familias y los prejuicios de las propias comunidades, seguramente podríamos entender mejor cuáles son algunos de los principales obstáculos que las víctimas enfrentan para acceder a la justicia. De ahí que es urgente cambiar las normas sociales que siguen perpetuando por igual la impunidad de los agresores por un lado y el sufrimiento de las víctimas por el otro. Hay que reconocer asimismo, por lamentable que sea, que lo frecuente es que las víctimas no encuentren respuestas satisfactorias a sus necesidades más apremiantes. De ahí la importancia de redoblar esfuerzos. Lograr efectivamente la igualdad de género es ineludible si de lo que se trata es de tener como meta el desarrollo sostenible de nuestras sociedades. Las mujeres deben participar plena y efectivamente en la vida política, económica y social. Ese es el único camino para construir sociedades justas, incluyentes y pacíficas que conduzcan justamente a la paz sostenible. Preocupa que el término de violencia sexual pudiera no estar debidamente codificado en el derecho internacional. Cabe recordar que dicho término no fue incluido de manera explícita en la Declaración sobre la Protección de la Mujer y del Niño en estados de emergencia o de conflicto armado, adoptada en 1974 por la Asamblea General. Conviene por ello preguntarnos si la definición hasta ahora acordada es realmente suficiente para el abordaje que se requiere ante todas las manifestaciones o actos de violencia de naturaleza sexual perpetrados específicamente contra mujeres y niños en el marco de los conflictos armados. Por eso mismo, aprovechamos esta oportunidad para refrendar la relevancia de los convenios de Ginebra, en particular del artículo 3 común y del artículo 27 del cuarto convenio, que incorpora una referencia expresa a la protección para las mujeres contra la violación, la prostitución forzada y todo atentado a su pudor. Señor presidente, mucho valoramos que el secretario general ubique los derechos de las víctimas y de los sobrevivientes en el centro de su estrategia como respuesta a este grave problema. Esperamos que se implementen todas las medidas necesarias a fin de evitar que las y los sobrevivientes enfrenten situaciones de revictimización y se les brinde el apoyo integral necesario para asegurar su rehabilitación y fortalecer su resiliencia. Por eso, hacemos un llamado a este Consejo para apoyar las recomendaciones presentadas por el secretario general en su más reciente informe y, en particular, las siguientes. 1. Incluir de manera puntual a la violencia sexual con un criterio específico para la imposición de sanciones. 2. Incorporar de manera sistemática la prevención de la violencia sexual relacionada con los conflictos en los mandatos de las operaciones para el mantenimiento de la paz e incluir indicadores de alerta temprana de violencia sexual como parte de las estructuras de protección a civiles. 3. Promover la participación de víctimas y de la sociedad civil, particularmente las organizaciones de mujeres, en todas las actividades de prevención y combate a este flagelo. 4. Fomentar una mayor participación de las mujeres en las negociaciones de los acuerdos de paz y de alto al fuego, así como garantizar la inclusión de disposiciones sobre violencia sexual en dichos acuerdos. Y 5. y último, fortalecer más la prevención mediante esfuerzos encaminados a garantizar la responsabilidad penal de los perpetradores, incluidos en el anexo del secretario general. En relación con este último punto, señor presidente, es necesario destacar también el papel fundamental que puede tener la Corte Penal Internacional en la lucha contra la impunidad de estos actos atroces cuando constituyen crímenes de guerra y crímenes de lesa humanidad. La protección y el respeto de los derechos humanos de las mujeres y su participación en la prevención y solución pacífica de los conflictos son indispensables para tener sociedades más pacíficas y seguras. No puede haber comunidades sanas, ni justas, ni incluyentes cuando se ignoran las necesidades de amplios sectores de su población. El tema que hoy nos ocupa, pues, debe seguir siendo prioritario en nuestras agendas y, por supuesto, en la del Consejo de Seguridad. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
شكرا. السيد الرئيس، اسمحوا لي أن أشكركم على عقد هذا النقاش المفتوح رفيع المستوى حول العنف الجنسي في النزاعات، وأود أن أثمن جهودكم المبذولة في رئاسة مجلس الأمن لهذا الشهر، متمنية لكم التوفيق والنجاح. وأتوجه بالشكر للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والممثل الخاص للأمين العام للعنف الجنسي في النزاعات والسيدات والسادة الموقرين على الإحاطات التي قدموها. كما أود تهنئة المجلس على تبنيه اليوم لمشروع القرار المعني بالعنف الجنسي في النزاعات. السيد الرئيس، يشهد عالمنا اليوم موجة غير مسبوقة من العنف والنزاعات التي دأبت الجماعات المتطرفة المختلفة مثل داعش وبوكو حرام وغيرها على استخدامها كأداة لبث الإرهاب وترويع المجتمعات، خاصة الفئات المهمشة والضعيفة منها، وبشكل خاص النساء والفتيات. وقد شهدنا ما حدث في العراق وسوريا وميانمار وغيرها من الدول من انتهاكات جسيمة بشعة وعنف جنسي، الأمر الذي نتج عنه صدمات مجتمعية ونفسية تهدد النسيج الاجتماعي وتهدد السلم والأمن الدوليين. إن الاستجابة المنسقة والفورية من قبل المجتمع الدولي وأذرع الأمم المتحدة المختلفة لتلبية احتياجات الناجين من العنف وإعادة تأهيلهن في مجتمعاتهن وفي مناطق النزاع ضرورية جدا، كما أن دور مؤسسات المجتمع المدني والمجتمعات المحلية في ذلك محوري أيضا. ويجب ألا نغفل أهمية العمل الدولي الجماعي في تعزيز المحاسبة وإرساء العدالة، وهي عوامل رئيسية لمكافحة العنف الجنسي في مناطق النزاع. السيد الرئيس، يحرص الأردن أن يكون دائما داعما ومحركا أساسيا للأمن والسلام، ورغم التحديات وشح الموارد وتدفق اللاجئين وموقعه في منطقة تعاني من النزاعات، فقد استطاع الأردن أن يحول الكثير من هذه التحديات إلى فرص مشرقة توفر التعليم والخدمات الصحية والعمل ومشاركة رجاله ونسائه في جهود الإعمار والتنمية والإغاثة. كما تطلب التعامل مع أزمة اللاجئين السوريين الذين بلغ عددهم 1.3 مليون لاجئ، معظمهم من النساء والفتيات، تضافر كافة الجهود لتقديم الخدمات لهن على جميع المستويات وبمشاركة الجهات الأمنية والإنسانية، حيث أحدثت هذه التدفقات من اللاجئين ضغوطاً مختلفة على المجتمعات المضيفة وأدت إلى إحداث تغيرات اجتماعية وسلوكية تهدد أمن وسلام المجتمعات ومخيمات اللاجئين وتؤثر بشكل خاص على أوضاع المرأة والفتيات. ومنها في المخيمات زواج القاصرات، الزواج القسري، العنف الجنسي والجسدي، وما يرافقها من انتهاك وضياع للحقوق القانونية والمدنية لهؤلاء. وقد قامت المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية بالتصدي لهذه التحديات بالتنسيق فيما بين مؤسساتها المختلفة بشكل ينسجم ويستجيب لخطة الاستجابة الأردنية لأزمة اللجوء السوري، عن طريق إنشاء وتفعيل الآليات والتدابير وحملات التوعية في المجتمعات المحلية المضيفة ومجتمعات اللاجئين، بالإضافة إلى تقديم طيف واسع من الخدمات التعليمية والصحية والقانونية وآليات الحماية للنساء والفتيات وآليات التمكين وتعزيز قدرتهن على التكيف والصمود. كما تم إطلاق برامج العمل والتأهيل التي من شأنها أن تساعد اللاجئين واللاجئات في التأهل والعمل وكسب الرزق ليكونوا على استعداد لعودتهم الطوعية الآمنة لبلادهم ومجتمعاتهم. السيد الرئيس، انطلاقاً من إيمان بلادي بأهمية دور المرأة في إحلال وبناء الأمن والسلام الوطني والإقليمي والعالمي، واستجابة لقرار مجلس الأمن 1325 المعني بالمرأة والسلام والأمن، أطلقت اللجنة الوطنية لشؤون المرأة وبمشاركة واسعة من فعاليات المجتمع المدني الأردني الخطة الوطنية الأردنية لتفعيل القرار للأعوام 2018-2021، والتي تستند على 4 عناصر رئيسية، وهي المشاركة والحماية والإغاثة والتعافي. كما تستجيب الخطة التي وردت في مجال النزاعات المسلحة في إعلان بكين لعام 1995، ومنها زيادة مشاركة المرأة في عمليات الوقاية والحماية من النزاع وبناء وتعزيز الأمن والسلام والاستقرار وحل النزاعات وصنع القرار والمشاركة في بعثات حفظ السلام. كما راعت الخطة الوطنية التزام المملكة بأهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030، وأكدت كذلك على دور الشباب والرجال كشركاء في دعم مشاركة المرأة ودعم جهود الوقاية من النزاعات المسلحة وحلها، وعكست إيمان والتزام الأردن باحترام حقوق الإنسان وتعزيز مفاهيم العدالة والمساواة والتشاركية. السيد الرئيس، يحرص الأردن كونه في مقدمة الدول التي تتصدى للإرهاب ومكافحة التطرف العنيف على إيلاء الاهتمام الكبير لمسألة حماية الفتيات والنساء من خطر التطرف العنيف، ويؤكد على الدور الحساس والمحوري الذي تطلع به المرأة في تحصين المجتمعات من خطر التطرف وفي إحلال ثقافة السلام، كما يؤكد على مسؤوليتنا الجماعية في جعل السلام أولوية لنا وفي مكافحة أي جهة تحاول نشر الفتنة والكراهية والعنف الجنسي، مؤكدين في هذا الصدد على ضرورة توفير التمويل اللازم لتوفير وتنفيذ خططنا الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Jordan for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Djibouti. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. D'emblée, Djibouti condamne avec véhémence les attaques terroristes coordonnées qui ont ciblé des lieux de culte et des hôtels au Sri Lanka, provoquant le massacre sanglant de nombreux innocents. Nous réitérons notre solidarité au gouvernement et au peuple du Sri Lanka. Djibouti expresses its appreciation to the delegation of Germany for convening this important discussion on the scourge of conflict-related sexual violence, its impact on international peace and security, and ways to strengthen accountability. We are grateful for the continued effort of commitment of the Secretary General as reflected in his annual report on the implementation of resolutions 1820, 1888, and 1960. We value the work undertaken by the Office of the Special Representative of Sexual Violence in Armed Conflict and a team of experts on women, protection advisors in their efforts to prevent and address all forms of sexual violence in conflict and post-conflict situations. Mr. President, a few days ago, we commemorated the 25th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide with our brothers and sisters in Rwanda. The prohibition of rape is one of the oldest rules of war, having been prohibited in the first modern code of war, the Liber Code of 1863, in the 1949 Geneva Conventions. It was only in September 1998, in the case of Jean-Paul Akayesu, before the Tribunal of Rwanda, that the tribunal handed down a conviction for rape as a crime against humanity. The tribunal stated unequivocally that rape and sexual violence constituted one of the worst ways of harming the victim, as he or she suffers both bodily and mental harm. Building on this jurisprudence, the development of the statute of the ICC was seen as a significant milestone in the prosecution of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. Article 8 of the Rome Statute of the ICC includes rape, sexual slavery, and forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, and forced sterilization, or any other form of sexual violence as war crimes on both international and non-international armed conflict. Many others, including the remarkably brave 2018 Nobel Peace Prize laureates, Ms. Nadia Murad and Dr. Denis Mukwege Mukengere, continue to bring conflict-related sexual violence and gender-based violence to the world's attention. Djibouti thanks them for their presence in our midst today and for their contribution. Mr. President, despite the progress made, sexual and gender-based violence continue to mark conflicts today. It remains uniquely concealed and distinctively difficult to prosecute. I would like to focus on the importance of addressing silence around those crimes. As Dr. Denis Mukwege Mukengere has explained, staying silent about sexual violence has granted impunity to the perpetrators and increased its proliferation. What is keeping rape in our society is silence. The silence is really a strong tool for rapists so that they can go on destroying girls and women, he said. If she stays silent, she can be raped again and again, and she can't protect others. End of quote. The United Nations and its members must endeavor to help survivors report their experiences concerning the conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence and thereby increase accountability. We should all seek to reduce the stigma around sexual and gender-based violence. We should find creative ways to raise awareness, including through the use of community radio, theater, community and religious leaders. We need long-term communal strategies to change underlying behavioral norms that somehow do not condemn sexual and gender-based violence as the atrocious crimes they are. The UN should help community-based first responders to better document sexual and gender-based violence. healthcare providers play a critical role in providing urgent care and immediate clinical care to survivors. In addition to this moral imperative, they could help hold perpetrators accountable. It has been convincingly demonstrated that victims who report rape and medical providers who document their accounts support the justice process by conducting the forensic medical equipment, recording findings in any final medical report, collecting evidence from a survivor's body, and testifying in court. Providing adequate training in these areas is therefore critical. To conclude, Djibouti supports the establishment of commissions of inquiry and fact-finding mission to address rape and other sexual crimes in their investigations of human rights violations in war zones. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Djibouti, and I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by joining others in expressing Australia's deep shock and sadness at the horrific terrorist attacks in Sri Lanka. We extend our deepest condolences and stand with Sri Lanka as it continues to come to terms with this senseless and barbaric attack. Mr. President, turning to today's agenda, in order to eradicate sexual violence in conflict, we need to address all 4 pillars of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, not just protection. This is not simply an issue of protection. These are issues of prevention and accountability. Protection starts with prevention. Sexual violence in conflict is part of a continuum of violence, primarily against women and girls, which is rooted in gender inequality. Research clearly shows that gender inequality, including violence against women in peacetime, is a direct cause of sexual violence in conflict. Indeed, gender inequality is the strongest indicator of a country's risk of conflict. While this debate naturally focuses on violence during conflict, we must not forget that the fundamental route to prevention relies on addressing the fundamental cause, gender inequality in all its forms. Sexual violence is not an inevitable occurrence in the ordinary course of conflict. It is not something we should ever accept. Australia is outraged by the persistent and widespread occurrence of sexual violence in armed conflict. A climate of impunity discourages reporting, undermines assistance, and abets further violations. We acknowledge the central importance of sexual and reproductive health and rights for all people in conflict situations, but particularly survivors of rape and sexual violence. Access to the full range of quality reproductive and sexual health care services and information is critical for the recovery of survivors and for the restoration of their dignity and bodily autonomy. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are vital human rights. Respecting and upholding these rights, particularly the right to services and information, can be the difference between life and death. In addressing sexual-based violence in conflict, we need to identify solutions and approaches that are context-specific, inclusive, and informed by experience, especially that of survivors. Our actions must be survivor-centered and recognize diversity of experience and need. For example, children born of rape and their mothers have particular needs, and we must not forget that male survivors, including boys, have their own barriers to accessing services. We emphasize the importance of ensuring that our military, police, and service providers develop positive internal cultures that are gender sensitive and do not tolerate violence. Further, we encourage the use of gender advisors in peacekeeping, the military, and police, and note that the representation of women is not the same as gender expertise. Finally, diverse women must be involved in all aspects of our efforts to end sexual violence and in the design and implementation of services to survivors of sexual violence in conflict. Australia commends the extraordinary work of survivor advocates, civil society organisations, and human rights defenders. We call on member states to listen to their voices and support their work. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia, and now I call upon the representative of Afghanistan. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the German presidency for holding this meeting of the Security Council, on sexual violence and conflict. It is reflective of the Council's focus, and we hope today's discussion will reinforce the efforts of all states to enhance progress on the protection of women. The government of Afghanistan is strongly committed to protect women's rights and prevent violence against women in armed conflict, and calls upon all parties in conflict in Afghanistan to prevent violence against women. This commitment is a reflection of our international and national responsibilities, which are enshrined in our Constitution, national laws, and implemented through the policies and programs adopted by the government. Our National Action Plan on 1325 is a strong example of the government's commitment through which we are combating conflict-related sexual violence and working to protect and empower women in all aspects. As part of the protection pillar of our plan, we have improved our legal structure through the enforcement and amendment of legislation to safeguard women from all types of violence and discrimination. Our revised penal code, which entered into force in February 2018, has been expanded in criminalizing all forms of conflict-related sexual violence as a war crime, crime against humanity, and an act of genocide. Under our law on elimination of violence against women, EVA law, various awareness-raising activities are being carried out at all levels nationwide, including in provincial communities and committees. More broadly, our protection measures are based on a zero-tolerance approach to all forms of violence against women and children. All cases of crimes against women are investigated and referred to the judicial institutions based on various national legislation and EVA law. Our security and judicial institutions have taken new measures for accountability of crimes committed against women, including sexual violence. These measures have had a notable impact on deterrence, leading to a decrease in crime against women. We have also established a mechanism for registration of all alleged and reported crimes nationwide to ensure that all cases are identified and fully addressed. Our focus in such protection includes close collaboration with different actors on the ground, including the Independent Human Rights Commission, local and religious figures, and the civil society. We have also increased the number of female prosecutors and judges so that women are able to speak openly about any alleged crime. This has been an effective reform in the judiciary sector, where women are now more able to speak up about any violence against them. Further, to assist the survivors of gender-based violence, we are making sure to provide legal advice, health and psychological services by family guidance centers in all parts of the country. All these measures demonstrate a comprehensive approach using various means, both within and outside the framework of government, to ensure women's protection. We are pleased to report that public awareness initiatives have reached new levels of progress, broadening wide networks of actors and advocates. As such, public lectures, workshops, and conversations on EVA law are conducted in collaboration with Islamic figures, religious schools, teachers, and other figures as well. The Independent Administrative Reform and Civil Service Commission have developed policies to increase the ratio of women's recruitment at public institutions and their protection in the office. Furthermore, beyond civil service, at the security sector, active steps have been taken to recruit additional women into the national police and the military forces. Mr. President, ensuring the physical protection of women is only an aspect of our focus on upholding women's rights and their empowerment. For us, protection and empowerment has a broad meaning. It also includes the enhancement of women's role in civil service, security sector, election, as well as peace efforts that are now underway to end the conflict. As a part of the government's commitment, we assure the Council that any potential peace agreement would in no way compromise women's rights and their proactive role in the rebuilding of a new Afghanistan. However, we request this Council and the participants of today's meeting to echo our strive to protect and preserve the rights of Afghan women in the gains we have made in this regard in the last 17 years during the peace talks with the Taliban. We welcome the adoption of today's resolution. We hope and expect it will lead to a better coordination among all international actors to end sexual violence and conflict, and more broadly, to ensure continued progress on women's safety and empowerment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Afghanistan for her statement, and I now recognize the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi d'abord de remercier le secrétaire général ainsi que les présentateurs de ce matin qui ont nourri ce débat de leurs témoignages et de leur appel à l'action. Nos remerciements vont aussi à vous, à l'Allemagne, pour avoir organisé ce débat sous sa présidence du Conseil de sécurité. Je voudrais aussi dire que le Luxembourg s'associe à la déclaration faite plus tôt ce matin par l'Union européenne. Monsieur le Président, le mois dernier, mon pays a accueilli la conférence internationale Stand, Speak, Rise Up pour mettre fin aux violences sexuelles dans les zones sensibles, une initiative de Son Altesse Royale, la Grande-Duchesse Maria Theresa. Madame Pramila Patten, le docteur Denis Mukwege et Madame Nadia Mourad qui ont enrichi cette conférence de leur présence comme ils ont enrichi notre réunion aujourd'hui. Ce fut le premier événement international de ce type à mettre prioritairement l'accent sur les survivantes, contribuant ainsi à humaniser le débat qui nous réunit. Le 10e anniversaire de l'établissement du mandat du représentant spécial du secrétaire général pour les violences sexuelles dans les conflits doit être marqué comme il se doit. La résolution 1888 a créé d'importants mécanismes de suivi, dont l'équipe d'experts qui effectue un travail vital sur le terrain pour lutter contre l'impunité et soutenir les femmes et les hommes, les filles et les garçons rescapés de des violences sexuelles. Le Luxembourg appuie et continuera d'appuyer le travail important de Mme Patten et son équipe. Comment pouvons-nous renforcer la redevabilité des auteurs de violences sexuelles? Nous suivons avec intérêt les efforts déployés pour trouver des solutions innovantes. L'innovation technologique et financière peut être une alliée puissante de l'égalité des droits et des droits des femmes, à une condition: il ne faut jamais penser que les solutions techniques pourront résoudre les problèmes politiques. Les défis qui perdurent sont ceux auxquels on fait face sur le terrain. Ils sont d'ordre social, sécuritaire, infrastructurel et institutionnel. Toute solution effective sera basée sur l'action des autorités nationales en coopération avec les organisations communautaires des pays concernés. Nous devons redoubler d'efforts pour les soutenir. Et à ce sujet, nous pensons qu'on devrait continuer à examiner de nouvelles pistes pour l'appui aux survivants. Monsieur le Président, l'adoption du statut de Rome a marqué une étape importante dans la lutte contre l'impunité en général, mais aussi plus spécifiquement dans la lutte contre les crimes sexuels et à caractère sexiste. La Cour pénale internationale représente cependant une juridiction de dernier ressort. La responsabilité d'enquêter sur ces crimes est d'abord celle des juridictions nationales. Dans la mise en œuvre du plan d'action national Femmes, Paix et Sécurité qu'il a adopté en 2018, le Luxembourg continuera à appuyer le développement des capacités permettant de renforcer la lutte contre l'impunité. Nous sommes un partenaire de longue date de Justice Rapid Response et d'ONU Femmes qui œuvrent ensemble pour fournir une expertise spécialisée pouvant être rapidement déployée pour mener les enquêtes et venir en aide aux victimes d'actes de violences sexuelles et sexistes dans le cadre des conflits. Les survivantes et les survivants méritent à la fois réparation et justice, ainsi qu'une garantie de non-répétition. La responsabilité de protéger nous oblige à les soutenir. Cette responsabilité nous incombe à nous tous et le Luxembourg continuera à prendre sa part dans cet effort. Je vous remercie.
Je remercie le représentant de Luxembourg, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the German presidency for holding this annual open debate on sexual violence in conflict, and I also thank the Secretary General for the annual report. Malta fully supports the statement delivered by the European Union. I take this occasion to acknowledge also the contribution of civil society in this area. The annual open debate on sexual violence in conflict provides a critical opportunity for taking stock in this important aspect of the women, peace and security agenda. Though political momentum to combat sexual violence has resulted in some progress, we are still a long way from ending this crime, partly because of the peace and security challenges the international community continues to face, including mass migration and displacement, rising violent extremism and terrorism, conflict and the proliferation of arms. We must redouble our efforts to sustain the momentum for change. Mr. Chair, it is the responsibility of all states to support and assist survivors to hold perpetrators to account. It is unacceptable that perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence, both from states and non-state armed groups, should be allowed to continue to live in impunity. The fight against impunity for conflict-related sexual violence and the role of accountability as an effective prevention tool are crucial to women's peace and security agenda. When sexual violence is not addressed, reconciliation efforts and the transition to more stable, secure, and peaceful societies are undermined, which often leads to a long-lasting impact on survivors, their families, and their communities. In this regard, the importance of the role of civil society, including women's rights groups, in peace-building and post-conflict reconciliation efforts at the grassroots level, cannot be stressed enough. We must continue to support them. Mr. Chair, the continued effective collaboration and coordination between all UN Security Council instruments for women, peace and security and conflict-related sexual violence is very much welcome. Malta fully supports the mandate of the UNSG Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict. We agree that a holistic survivor-centered approach is needed when dealing with the fight against sexual violence in conflict, one that is based in gender equality, inclusive of all stakeholders, and can be integrated in the UN programs and actions across the board. By pursuing such an approach, essential for the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, and by continuing our work on gender equality and ensuring full and effective participation of women and girls in all spheres, we will be able to make a real difference. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta, and I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of 51 members of the Group of Friends on the Responsibility to Protect, co-chaired this year by Denmark and the State of Qatar. The group would like to thank Germany for organizing today's important open debate. I also would like to extend our gratitude to Nobel Peace Prize winners Dr. Denis Mukwege and Ms. Nadia Murad for their informative briefings and persistent efforts to end the use of sexual violence as a tactic of war and armed conflict. Mr. President, as the Secretary General noted, sexual violence in conflict is a historically hidden crime that requires early warning and swift responses. Sexual violence, including rape, is not just a byproduct of war, but increasingly employed as a deliberate strategy by state and non-state actors to retaliate against, terrorize, intimidate, control, and displace civilians. Such acts may amount to crimes against humanity, war crimes, or genocide. Further, sexual violence in conflict significantly exacerbates and prolongs situations of armed conflict, destroys the social fabric of communities, and impedes peace-building and reconciliation efforts. Sexual violence is a pervasive facet of many conflicts today, claiming thousands of victims every year. In South Sudan, sexual violence in conflict remains rampant, often used as a collective retribution against ethnic rivals. The UN mission in South Sudan reported 1,157 cases of sexual violence during 2018, and these are only the reported cases in a context of notoriously underreported incidences. Similarly, as Ms. Murad has attested, the so-called Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant has systematically committed rape and sexual violence against Yazidi women and girls. which the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Syria has characterized as war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. As it is the primary responsibility of member states to protect their population against genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and ethnic cleansing, including those involving rape and sexual violence, the Group of Friends of the Responsibility to Protect would like to stress the following points. First, strengthening the capacity of national institutions is critical to ensuring accountability for such crimes in the past and to preventing and deterring such crimes in the future. It is of utmost importance that states put in place and enforce legislative and institutional procedures to comprehensively address sexual violence in conflict and prevent its occurrence. Despite the increased awareness of the issue, most incidents of mass rape continue to be met with impunity. States have the primary responsibility to investigate and prosecute crimes committed within their jurisdiction, and national accountability efforts should be encouraged and supported, including through the strengthening of judicial cooperation between states. Fact-finding missions, investigative mechanisms, commissions of inquiry, hybrid and international courts and tribunals provide complementary avenues for accountability when and where options under domestic law prove insufficient. Second, there is an urgent need for a survival-centered approach to support the needs of victims of sexual and gender-based violence before, during, and after situations of conflict. The international community should support provision of appropriate medical, psychosocial, socio-economic reintegration assistance and services to survivors in order to prevent re-victimization and restore the social fabric of societies after conflict. Third, at the heart of sexual violence lies a disregard for human rights, as well as the perpetuation of gender inequality and systematic discrimination. Sexual violence in conflict must be addressed with the active and equal participation of women in identifying prevention mechanisms and holistic right-based solutions that addresses their needs. It is equally important to continue to engage men and community leaders to play a positive role in addressing gender stereotypes and societal exclusion mechanisms. Fourth, the UN Security Council could and should make better use of targeted sanctions to prevent and halt sexual violence, including through basing listing criteria on involvement in the perpetration of sexual violence. In this context, the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict and panels of experts should consistently brief and give information on individuals or entities responsible for committing sexual violence to sanctions committees, encourage member states to list them and recommend targeted sanctions. Lastly, training on gender issues, preventing sexual exploitation and abuse, and addressing sexual violence in conflict should be a mandatory component of national military and police training, as well as pre-deployment and in-mission training of all UN peacekeeping and civilian personnel. In this regard, we support the UN zero-tolerance policy on sexual exploitation and abuse, and welcome the Secretary General initiative on voluntary compact between the UN and member states to prevent and eliminate sexual exploitation and abuse. Mr. President, sexual violence in conflicts need not to be an inevitable side effect of armed conflict. It can be prevented and stopped. While significant normative progress have been achieved in recent years, it is also clear that words on paper are not yet matched by facts on the ground. In this regard, it is imperative that members of the Security Council take timely and decisive action at ending and preventing sexual violence in conflict, if and when they may amount to atrocity crimes. In closing, the Group of Friends of R2P would like to recognize and pay tribute again to the important work accomplished by Dr. Mukwege and Ms. Murad, including providing critical medical and psychosocial and socio-economic reintegration support to the survivors of sexual violence in conflict and addressing impunity for these heinous crimes. We would like to ask how we, as members of the R2P community, can more efficiently integrate gender considerations and prevention of sexual violence into our work, and I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar for her statement, and I now call upon Her Excellency Ms. Fatima Kiari Mohammed, Permanent Observer of the African Union to the United Nations. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to start by thanking you for convening today's important debate on women, peace, and security, sexual violence, and conflict. I would like to also thank Special Representative Ms. Pramila Patten, Dr. Dennis Mukwege, Ms. Nadia Murad, Ms. Amal Clooney, and Ms. Inas Miloud for their insightful and passionate, albeit troubling, briefings. I also commend the UN Secretary General for his report, which strongly underlines sexual violence as a tactic of war, one that must be addressed through a stronger survivor-centered approach. Mr. President, 2019 is an important year for women, peace, and security agenda. 10 years ago, the UN Security Council adopted the landmark Resolution 1888, which established the Office of the UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict, of which I wish to acknowledge and commend their tireless work and impact it is making on thousands of lives. We're also stepping up our efforts towards the celebration of the 20th anniversary of Resolution 1325, both at the policy level and on the ground, to ensure that women are core partners in the maintenance of international peace and security through participation in prevention, mediation, and post-conflict peace building and reconstruction. The African Union stands on the profound conviction that the WPS framework, through UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and 1888, and subsequent resolutions, remain a strong framework which guides our global efforts to build more peaceful and sustainable societies. In view of this, permit me to focus my statement on three main points. The first, the AU recognizes that structural gender inequalities and discrimination against women, girls, and vulnerable communities represent some of the most profound root causes of conflict-related sexual violence. The disturbing reality is that sexual violence continues to be a major tactic in the broader strategy of parties to war and conflict. In this vein, we welcome the adoption of Resolution 2467, despite its weaknesses, and we hope that this will send a strong signal to perpetrators as we continue to defend the victims of these heinous crimes. The African Union, through the Peace and Security Department and the Office of the AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, have worked very closely with the United Nations through the Office of the DSG, the Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict, and UN Women to address this scourge. Together, we have led fact-finding solidarity missions to operationalize the Women, Peace and Security agenda, respectively in the DRC, in Nigeria, in South Sudan, in Chad, and in Niger in the frame of the last 2 years. The findings brought some of the following considerable insights: that women, girls, and vulnerable communities remain the primary targets of organized abductions, rape, forced marriages, and sexual slavery in times of conflict. That women and girls face considerable levels of sexual exploitation in IDP camps or during migration, including in the alarming form of sex for food. That women, girls, young men, and boys are targeted as suicide bombers by extremists and terrorist groups. And finally, that young men and boys also suffer from conflict-related sexual violence, notably from gang rape and forced nudity. The African Union recognizes that these challenges are made worse by the fact that while policies have by and large been put in place, their implementation remains weak. It is in this perspective that the AU Peace and Security Council adopted a continental results framework on monitoring and reporting on the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, with a view to supporting member states and other stakeholders in the acceleration of delivery of commitments. It is regrettably accurate that women remain the principal victims of sexual and other forms of violence and discrimination in times of conflict. Nonetheless, there are also key partners as leaders at the community, national, and regional levels. And indeed, in addition to the protection pillar, the AU is championing the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security commitments on the participation pillar, with particular emphasis on the role and leadership of women, peace processes, and governance. It is in this context that the AU has launched an action-oriented network of women in mediation called FemWise Africa, and partnered with the United Nations under the Joint Framework on Peace and Security to enhance women's leadership in peace, security, and development with the African Women Leaders Network as recognized in UN Security Council Resolution 2457. Second, the African Union reaffirms its zero tolerance position when it comes to the issue of sexual violence in conflict. One of the most outrageous challenges we face remains the lack of criminal accountability. Survivors hold little chance to see their offenders face justice. At the continental level, the African Union reaffirmed in its policy on prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse for peace support operations in 2018 its full commitment to eradicating sexual and gender-based violence in Africa. The AU has focused on operationalizing its various instruments on sexual and gender-based violence and sexual exploitation and abuse through the work of the Office of the AU Special Envoy and the Department of Peace and Security, as well as the Department for Women, Gender, and Development. At the level of the AU member states, acts of violence against women, such as rape, domestic violence, and others, have been criminalized in several countries. In addition to the legal and policy approach to prevention, African member states have also undertaken to build a culture of peace and nonviolence. I wish to recall that African heads of state and government have declared the 2010-2020 is the African Decade of the Woman. In this context, training centers and programs have been developed to raise awareness against sexual and gender-based violence and to provide the necessary knowledge as well as to prevent those deployed in peace support missions for committing sexual exploitation and abuse. Third, we must adopt an approach that is survivor-centered and community-led when developing and implementing programs and policies that address their needs. Their strength as survivors, as shared by some of the briefers today, is inspiring, and we must learn from them. The African Union offers robust support to survivors in partnership with African civil society organizations and women-led organizations to provide health services, physical and psychological support, as well as legal and economic aid. The Maputo Protocol in Article 14 guarantees the respect and promotion of women's rights to health, including sexual and reproductive health. We do, however, recognize that we need to continue to enhance support for survivors, including medical support, psychosocial support, and support for rehabilitation. And lastly, Mr. President, but not the least, the AU recognizes that gender-sensitive transitional justice should be an integral part of peace-building and post-conflict reconstruction processes. A transitional justice that takes into account women's and vulnerable communities' experiences of violence. A transitional justice that fully addresses the role and responsibility of perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence. A transitional justice that addresses overcoming stigmatization while focusing on reintegration. It is our responsibility to make this happen. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Fatima Kiari Mohamed, Permanent Observer of the African Union to the United Nations, for her statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam would like to thank the German presidency for convening this very important debate and express our appreciation to the Secretary General for his valuable report and to the briefers for their in-depth remarks. Mr. President, thus we have gone a long way in combating sexual violence in conflict. The use of sexual violence as a tactic of war and terrorism continues on a larger scale. When the victims suffer from severe pains, social exclusion deepen their scar. Children born of wartime rape never understand why they are discriminated on the ground existed even before they came into life. At the same time, more of the perpetrators have not been held accountable for the crimes they committed. The vicious circles of violence, exclusions, and re-victimization is therefore unbreakable, undermining our peacekeeping and peace-building effort. Mr. President, while conflict prevention is an ideal and long-term way to address the root causes of these sufferings, immediate action are urgently needed. In this regard, we strongly support the recommendation of the Secretary General that all parties to conflicts make commitment to prevent and to address conflict-related sexual violence and welcome progresses highlighted in the report. To develop a more holistic approach, we would like to emphasize the following points. Firstly, there must be no place for stigmatizations in any society. More awareness campaigns are needed to awaken the conscience of all members of society to embrace victims in love and kindness that they desperately need. Kill stigmatizations to save the lives of thousands of survivors, end stigmatization to open the door to the future they deserve, and destroy stigmatization to build a bridge of connection between survivor and society. Secondly, life-saving services for victims, including Medicare, psychological support, legal aid, should be made more available and accessible. To this end, the primary role of states should be strengthened and complemented by the assistance from relevant UN entities, specialized agencies, and peacekeeping missions. This may include technical assistance, capacity building, sharing of expertise and law enforcement, gender mainstreaming, women empowerment, as well as development sectors. Last but not least, the women, peace and security agendas and the issues of sexual violence in particular should be looked into from both protection and participation angles. We fully support initiatives to further promote the participation and leadership of women in peace processes, including in peacekeeping missions. We also champion the greater participation of women in developing and advancing a culture of peace, as women are the ones who instill the value of love, harmony, compassion, and resilience into societies and throughout generations. To conclude, Mr. President, the fight against the conflict-related sexual violence is no doubt a longer one. But regardless of how challenging it is, we need to sustain our momentum and devote our effort to end this brutality. On our part, Vietnam reaffirms our commitment to working with the international community in this endeavor. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Vietnam, and I recognize the representative of Botswana. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, we congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of the UN Security Council for the month of April, and we thank you for convening this important thematic debate. We also appreciate the briefings provided by the UN Secretary General, the Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, the Nobel Peace Laureate, and other speakers who spoke here this morning. Botswana supports the statement delivered by the permanent representative of the Observer Mission of the African Union to the UN, Her Excellency Fatima Mohamed, but we wish to add a few points in our national capacity. Mr. President, conflict-related sexual violence undoubtedly presents one of the most serious forms of violation of international humanitarian law and human rights law. Ending such violations is a moral imperative and one which we must collectively address. This is much more crucial in conflict situations. Our delegation welcomes the Secretary General's report contained in document S/2019/2080, which offers useful analysis and recommendations for dealing with conflict-related sexual violence. The report once again highlights, amongst others, the fact that sexual violence is applied as a tactic of war and terrorism. It is observable that such methods are often used by both state and non-state actors. As rightly noted in the Safe Schools Declaration, conflict situations do not only destroy infrastructure in institutions of education. Forced occupation of such facilities by the parties to conflict exposes children and the youth to the vulnerabilities of sexual violence, abuse, and exploitation. It is for this reason that Botswana is a co-sponsor of the declaration on calling for safe schools. Mr. President, considering the dire dimensions on international peace and security and the implications thereof, we agree that conflict-related sexual violence can comprehensively be tackled through multidimensional and coordinated approach to conflict prevention and sustaining peace. Beyond their being subjects of violence in conflict situations, women must be enabled the space to play a meaningful role in conflict resolution, prevention, preventive diplomacy, and peace building. They must be empowered to act as active agents of peace and transformation by creating an enabling environment where they can freely participate at equal footing without any fear of violent acts or intimidation. Mr. President, the international community has indeed come a long way in designing policies and strategies on women, peace, and security. We therefore believe that through the combination of the commitments and the measures adopted globally, we are much better placed than before to achieve the purposes of Resolution 1325 and other relevant resolutions addressing sexual exploitation and abuse. Clearly, there is no lack of good intentions and efforts on this issue. Urgently needed is implementation of the common tools, frameworks, and better utilization of the data and information already collected on women, peace, and security. This would greatly enhance evidence-based policy decisions and identification of obstacles encountered. Importantly, this year we mark two most important occasions in the lead up to the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, and the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the mandate of the Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict. At the continent level, our delegation notes that Africa as a region that is affected by conflicts is playing a key role in this important agenda. We are well advised that a total of some 42 instruments on this issue have been adopted by the AU and its regional economic communities and regional mechanisms. At national level, we also note that close to half of the AU member states have put in place national action plans in this area. Our delegation welcomes these and other ongoing efforts to respond to sexual violence, exploitation, and abuse. We particularly note the determination to strengthen the system-wide approach through enforcement of the existing UN Zero Tolerance policy on sexual exploitation and abuse, as well as other accompanying initiatives such as the UN Action Against Sexual Violence in Conflict. We also believe that enhanced coordination and collaboration amongst all relevant stakeholders would strengthen global efforts in addressing sexual violence. In this regard, we support the work of, amongst others, UN Women and the strengthened respective mandates of the Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, as well as the SRSG for Children and Armed Conflict. We therefore encourage closer partnership with other relevant institutions working in this area, such as the AU's Women, Gender, and Development Directorate and the Special Envoy on Women, Peace, and Security. Mr. President, the member states have the responsibility to strengthen the capacities of their national institutions as a critical means to ensure accountability, prevention, and deterrence, including compliance with relevant obligations to prosecute all perpetrators of all forms of sexual violence, exploitation, and abuse. Targeted training programs aimed at raising awareness against gender-based violence and sexual exploitation and abuse for personnel deployed in conflict situations should remain central to these efforts. Equally important is provision of adequate protection for the rights and needs of victims of sexual violence in conflict environments. We believe that the victims deserve platforms where they can be involved during the processes of healing, rehabilitation, reconciliation, and reintegration into their societies. We therefore support the continued emphasis on survivor-centered responses. In this regard, we note the work of the team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, which is mandated under Security Council Resolution 1888 to assist governments with criminal investigation and prosecution, protection of victims, witnesses, and reparations. In conclusion, Mr. President, as Botswana, we pledge our commitment to work with the international community on effective strategies to prevent violence against women and children in conflict situations. We remain optimistic that with our collective will, we can bring an end to these shameful crimes against humanity. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Botswana, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يتقدم وفد بلادي بالشكر إلى السيد هاي كوماس وزير خارجية ألمانيا رئيس مجلس الأمن لهذا الشهر، ويتمنى له التوفيق في إدارة هذا الحوار البناء والمهم، وإلى الإحاطة القيمة للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش والممثل الخاص للأمين العام المعني بالعنف الجنسي في حالات النزاع السيدة